minuto. Okay, 15 seconds we can run. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen here on Åland Islands, and as well those of you joining us from the archipelago or from the outer space seen from here, such as Sardinia, France, and Mallorca, to make a few examples of those following us right now. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this thematic day on energy solutions in the coastal and maritime regions, and we try to make this in a comparative perspective. The event is organized today by Åland University of Applied Sciences here on Åland in Finland, in close cooperation with our colleagues also in the Unicoast network, in the Sustainable Flow Interreg Baltic Sea financed project. So we have gathered a lot of networks into the context and to try to figure out how people are solving their energy production and distribution in the coastal and maritime areas. Over the past months, we have gathered experience and expertise, visions from other coastal and maritime regions. Together, we aim to share the idea and highlight the work done here, of course, but also to learn from other areas. We are opening the doors to our students, to businesses, to local decision makers, university staff, colleagues of course, and researchers, and the general public can follow us as well. You can see also on the both on the web page and here in the auditorium, the QR code is also giving you the program. You can see what's happening next instead of copying out a lot of papers that then goes to the bin. We use this QR code in this sense. We are delighted to have international expertise also in this room. We have participants here and experts from Stralsund in Germany, from the Faroe Islands, also from our neighboring countries such as Sweden, Denmark and Estonia. And we hope this event also encourage our students here and elsewhere to view the energy discussion in a broader context. At the same time, we believe it offers an inspiring opportunity for us as teachers, decision makers and businesses. My name is Uffe Wikström and I will be your host and moderator throughout the day. And we have a full schedule, as you know. And please forgive me if I need to intervene sometimes if you will talk longer than the expected time. Then I will perhaps make a sign like this or something like that. And now, to officially open the day, I'm pleased to invite our acting rector, Matthias Waller, to say a few words on behalf of our university.
Thank you, Uffe. Honored guests, students, and colleagues. Reducing our dependence on fossil fuels is a formidable challenge. And for my introduction, I draw from an article by Trevor Jackson and two recent books by Andreas Malm and Wim Carton and by Jean-Baptiste Frezoz. By 2021, the world had seen at least 1.1 degrees Celsius of global warming, 6 IPCC reports, 26 COPs, and immeasurable suffering for the most affected people and areas. And yet, it generated the largest surge in absolute emissions by the burning of fossil fuels in recorded history. In May 2021, the International Energy Agency released what is known as the Knife Report, which stated that there must be no new oil and gas fields approved for development no new coal mines or mine extensions. In 2022, there were at least 119 oil pipelines in development around the world, plus 447 gas pipelines, 300 gas terminals, 432 new coal mines, and 485 new coal power plants. Despite the vast quantities of talk and money invested in producing a technological energy transition, last year the world burned more coal than ever before. We are, in fact, in an energy accumulation. In a 2020 report, JP Morgan economists write about the use of fossil fuels. We cannot rule out catastrophic outcomes where human life, as we know it, is threatened. The Earth is on an unsustainable trajectory. Something will have to change at some point if the human race is going to survive. On their website, JP Morgan writes, "We aim to be the most respected financial services firm in the world, serving corporations and individuals in more than 100 countries." When I add the insight that JP Morgan is the top funder of fossil fuel industries in the world, I am left bewildered. If this is not madness, in the true sense of the term, I do not know what is. So what can we do? We need to believe that it's possible. We need to be persistent in the long term. And we need to learn from each other in order to facilitate an energy supply free from fossil fuels. Anything else would lead to apathy. And indeed, I think islands have an opportunity to enable true transition. This is recognized by Unicoast. And that is why we are here today. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Matthias. And then we connect to our Unicoast Alliance Manager, Petra Vent Kaab, to say a few words from the Unicoast perspective. I'm not 100% sure, but I think you are somewhere in Bulgaria now or something, or have you already traveled home?
Croatia.
Okay,
Croatia.
Croatia. Good. Petra, what do you want to say to us here in Åland?
So, hello everyone. So I'm Petra, the Alliance Manager of Unicoast. I think you have a roll up there, right? So maybe you see it more visually, but Unicoast is the European University of Islands, Ports and Coastal Territories. It connects 13 universities across Europe's maritime regions, from the Baltic to the Mediterranean to the Atlantic Ocean. And our job as an alliance is very simple: make European university collaboration work in practice and not just on, policy documents and paper. And today's conference shows exactly that. And it addresses some important issue for our territories: energy independence for islands and coastal regions. As you will hear today, islands face unique energy challenges, from geographic isolation to limited grid connectivity to dependence on imports. But very importantly, and this is where Unicoast can come in, they're also testing grounds for solutions that can be scaled. So you'll hear today stories from territories trying to solve these challenges in different contexts. Unicoast partners, Faroe Islands, Finland, Ireland, Sweden, also Sardinia, but also other regions in Sweden, in Estonia, and each region with its distinct approaches, right? And this is the model of European University Alliances: tackling shared challenges, discussing diverse solutions, and collectively learning. And I have to say that island territories have always been ahead of the current when it comes to innovation. So I hope this discussion will be a fruitful one. Thank you for joining it, and I hope that this will show us today what European University Alliances and European higher education looks like when universities actually connect and conduct real collaboration, and they share their expertise to address real problems. So thank you, Alon, for generating this momentum, and thank you, everyone. Enjoy the discussions ahead.
Thank you, Petra, and hope you also enjoy our day and your working day over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go into the real content of the day, even though already our rector placed a rather scary framework, I want to also to say that our project Sustainable Flow, that is dealing very much with how to decrease the CO2 emissions in harbors around the Baltic Sea, is also partly financing this activity today. And according to the EU rules, there is a need to have signatures, written signatures on paper. So you being on distance are not counted in the EU system, which I think is rather ridiculous after a pandemic, all these kind of things. So Matthias will, if you haven't signed the paper, please sign it when it goes through the paper here in the sense, because it's some sort of evidence that we have had some people here. I think it's rather old-fashioned, but this is still the truth, unfortunately. Now we go to our next speaker, and that will be Katarina Krell, who is working in Interreg Europe as an expert in the energy field. And we are happy to have you with us. I think you are placed now somewhere in the southern of France. So we can only envy you from having nice weather there, but we are talking to you from a grey island perspective. So light our day and give us your view on the clean energy for the EU islands things. Katarina, the
Thank you,
floor is
Ulf.
yours.
Thank you. I will do my best. I already sent you some solar energy over. And then thank you for having invited me. It's an honor to be your keynote today. So my name is Katharina Krell. I work at the Interreg Europe program and more precisely at its policy learning platform. I'm a thematic expert for energy and mobility. And my role today is to talk about clean energy for EU islands, to walk you through what that actually means in practice. And somebody else is changing my slide. So next, please. I'll speak about EU policy, what tools exist to help islands decarbonize, and how we at Interreg Europe, and in particular the policy learning platform, can support administrations that are trying to move from the policy ambition to the real implementation. Next. So we'll start, of course, with the Clean Energy for All European package. That is the major legislative package that the EU adopted in 2019 to decarbonize the energy system. And of course, it tries to set the Union on a credible pathway towards climate neutrality by 2050. And as ambitious as that might sound, some territories are actually already making quite a headway. Then, in line with that broader package, the Commission launched the Clean Energy for EU Islands initiative to give islands the long-term framework really to drive their own transition and to build their own sustainable energy systems, and also to keep more of the value locally. And that one is governed in several layers. It's got a high-level group for strategic questions, the working groups, which are more technical and thematic, the Clean Energy for Island forums as the main events, which are held regularly. I'm sure some of you have participated in these forum meetings. And finally, that's the Clean Energy for EU Island Secretariat. Now, if you think that sounds like Brussels plus islands, some engineers and the mayors, well, that is exactly right. Next. So the Clean Energy for EU Island Secretariat is where a lot of the practical support is sitting. It provides guidance to island transition teams. It develops and shares technical and regulatory analysis. And it also acts as a connector between the island authorities, which is very important to get mutual inspiration and mutual learning. Currently, I think very visible action is the Secretariat's support to 30 islands that have committed to decarbonize by 2030, to go energy independent 100% via renewables. And I think Gotland and Sarema, who will present this afternoon, are in this group. Next, please. The Secretariat publishes quite some useful resources. The latest has been a study on how to integrate higher shares of renewable generation and storage on islands. That's very valuable. Earlier was a study on regulatory barriers. And there is also a quite useful engagement guide, which is basically a playbook for island transition teams on how to involve stakeholders. Because we know even the most ambitious technical transition is not good if the citizens don't feel that they are taken by the hand and that they are part of the transition. Something being done to them rather than done with them will not work. Next. So Petra has already touched upon the typical island challenges. You know them well. The large dependence on fossil fuel, the import dependency, limited or no or weak connection to larger grids, a lot of fluctuation in demand because many islands are very touristic, the limited space, and on top of that, a very high vulnerability to climate change impacts. And then also energy costs on islands. Energy is often more expensive, or other islands are still subsidizing fossil fuels. Both is not really a good thing. And finally, maybe not to be forgotten, islands are small markets, so they don't always reach the scale that attracts investors. The critical mass that is then also allowing to drive costs down. Logistics cost more, and often tendering out solutions results in high prices, no bidders, or you take whatever the single bidder that finally goes is ready to offer. So that sounds very difficult, but I think my next speaker is going to elaborate more on these challenges. Let's look at the benefits next, because there are benefits when an island seriously commits to the clean energy transition. First, of course, there's this reduction on imported fossil fuels. That's immediate energy sovereignty. You gain flexibility to deal with the seasonal peak demands rather than oversizing a diesel power plant. You can create and retain local skills and jobs. And I think this is really crucial because a fossil-based system imports fuel and you pay for it. So you export money and it leaves the territory. But a renewable-based system keeps more of the value locally on the island. Then there are, of course, the health and environmental benefit of clean energy production. And in time, it's also possible to drive down the energy cost and reduce the need to subsidize fossil fuels. So this is why clean energy transition on islands is not just about climate impacts. It's strategic, it's about building economic resilience and about ultimately quality of life for island communities. And if you ever need a good message for the politicals and the politicians and the local stakeholders, it's just like, keep the money we spend on energy here with us instead of sending it away. That usually is a message that is very well accepted. So next slide. The initiative is focusing on mainly 3 areas. This time it's about enabling renewable energy communities on islands, scaling feasible approaches to higher penetration levels, and deploying pilot projects of all kinds. And I'm sure we will hear more about that later on. Next. Of course, all this needs financing, but I don't want to go into detail here because that would require a whole seminar. There are multiple EU instruments, also national instruments available here. Some are grants, some are blended, some are loans, and you can find most of them under the link of the island initiative, which is hosted by DG Energy. Next, so let's move on to Interreg Europe and specifically what we do at the Policy Learning Platform. Next. Interreg Europe is an interregional cooperation program. We try to improve regional development policies by identifying and transferring good practices between regions. And we work primarily with policymakers. So academia is welcome, but policymakers are really our target audience. We help authorities find new solutions for their local challenges. And we do that by exchanging of experience. Next. Geographically, we cover all EU member states, so there is no limitation in cooperation. And thematically, the whole range of regional development topics, and of course, energy transition in islands falls under Greener Europe. Next. We have two actions, the traditional project funding, which you know, consortia applying and then working together for several years. But we also have a policy learning platform, which is and the interesting feature that I represent. We take the accumulated experience from inside of the projects and also from the outside. We keep it alive and we make it accessible to any public body or any other interested body that might need it, independently from project participation, really. Next. In this current programming period, we have funded 262 projects. The budget is fully allocated. There will be no more calls until the end of the programming period. Hopefully again next period. And you see green has attracted the most interest. Next. And among the projects that we have funded, there are just a few which are specifically working on island energy transitions. We had Resor in the previous period and ongoing project Remote, which could be interesting for you because this project will provide public learning material on how to become 100% energy self-sufficient in an island context, and this is going on. Next. What makes the policy learning platform really interesting is that well, it takes the knowledge from the projects and turns it into something useful. And while there is no more money allocated for projects, the platform service continues until 29 at least and is available for everybody. Next. And what makes us unique is our team of experts, really. We have a strong, experienced team of thematic experts like myself. And through us, we provide the services of the platform. So it's not just a portal. Now, next, how can you benefit from the platform? There are several entry points. We organize events which you can attend, such as a recent workshop on energy communities. Trending topic, really. We've worked a lot on it. Plenty of webinars. You can all watch them. They're streamed and recorded on our portal. We publish policy briefs and good practices targeted at policymakers. And perhaps most interesting for you, we offer expertise, on-demand expert support in two formats. We have a 2-day peer review service and a 2-hour matchmaking service. And here on the slide, you see an example of a recent peer review on green shipping corridors and what that actually means, requested by the Ministry of Climate of Estonia. Next. So I'll illustrate these services in the remaining minutes that I have quickly. For instance, this is a good practice from our database and from Madeira, an energy self-sufficient hotel. The interesting feature are really the use of both solar thermal and photovoltaic to reach energy self-sufficiency. So, and that is an energy independence, and it doesn't cause any stress on the island grid, right? And so the link also between photovoltaics and e-mobility, so you have a sector coupling, which is very good also to use excess solar without feeding it into the grid, because island grids are often very, very weak. Next one is an example from Cyprus, which is pretty similar. So let's jump that one. I rather want to spend the last minute talking about our expert on-demand support services, because in our experience, this is where policymaking really accelerates. Next. So our peer learning service in practice, as I said, 2 formats, the 2-day peer review and the 2-hour matchmaking. We have already refined the methodology with over 100 peer reviews since 2018. And well, we have also had some islands that have benefited. I did a peer review for La Réunion. I think Åland also got one. So these services can be requested by public authorities. Now, I know you are mostly universities in the room, but you all work with your public authorities, local and regional, and they are the ones that have to request these services so that they can be granted, because they have to be requested by the policy owner, by the one who can actually change the policy that they want to talk about. Next. So public bodies can apply. The application is very short, 1 page really. The process is not competitive, which is really interesting. All applications that are eligible will be supported. To be eligible, you have to be a public body. The challenge that you want to tackle has to be within your area of competence. So you have to have the power to do something about it. Yeah, and it has to fall under the topic of Interreg Europe, but that is not difficult. Once the applications are received, evaluations are within 10 days, and then a thematic expert like myself will coordinate the entire process. We find the right experts, brief them, make an agenda, moderate the actual peer review during 2 days. That can be happen on-site or online, like I've done with La Réunion, because they're very remote. Of course, always in close cooperation with the public authority that has requested the peer review. And we also pay all expenses, including for simultaneous interpretation if necessary. Next one. So it's really a great and easy to get support package, which is up for grabs. And give you an example from Cyprus. Cyprus has a very active energy agency on the island, which is a strong driver of the renewable energy transition. First, they have carried out 2 transformative projects, one on skills for the renewable energy sector and the other on multi-municipality SECAPs that have covered all the island municipalities. So that's really cool. And then they made use of our peer review service, requested a peer review on how to start energy communities within their local context. We organized a follow-up study visit to visit some energy communities together with their ministry representatives and the energy regulatory. And the result was actually a launch of a new law and funding program in Cyprus for renewable energy communities. Next one. The Azores Energy Directorate has also benefited from our matchmaking. So that's the 2-hour online format. And they wanted to know about project bundling of photovoltaic projects to create critical mass to attract third-party investment for PV on public buildings. And so we brought in the right experts who explained their approaches to bundling. And this is exactly the type of solution that you can access by working with us. You describe the barrier, and we set up the peer review or the matchmaking. Next. So this is my recruitment part of the presentation. There is an immediate opportunity not to request a peer review, but maybe for some of you to become a peer expert. I'm preparing a peer review for the province of Flevoland, so not an island, in the Netherlands, in Almere in February. And they have a very strong problem of grid congestion and want to explore innovative approaches and such as island grids, hybrid grids for new neighborhoods and new industrial areas, energy sharing at low voltage levels, direct PPAs, demand response, sector coupling, all that islands also have to implement in a concentrated environment. And this is why I thought maybe some of you feel that they have skills here. If yes, you have my email, contact me. And last slide. So that is it from my side. I'm afraid I have exceeded my allocated time by a few minutes, but I just wanted to say from the side of Interreg Europe and especially the policy learning platform, our job is make sure that solutions that exist are being used and don't stay in isolation. And please use us, use the good practices and the support that we offer. Join a peer review, request a matchmaking, is available there for you. And you have my contact details, so don't hesitate to get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katarina, for an inspiring review on where we could find some additional expertise and help. I can say about 2 years ago there was actually a similar activity on Åland Islands, not specialized at that time on energy, but we had this kind of meeting here. Uh, when it comes to our university, we have a very specific role in the sense that we are part of the public system. We are not independent university. We are part of the local governance system. So actually, in that sense, you are also. We had the right to address you directly. Actually, is there any immediate questions for Katarina right now here in the room, or otherwise we continue? I thank you very much, Katarina, and thank you to you and your colleagues. And I'm pretty sure you will hear from some of us in some context within the Unicoast network over the thing, because we have energy and the blue economy as our major items for the next 4 years. So.
Wonderful. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we move into this room, and I think it was already highlighted by Katarina that these possibilities are there, but there are also challenges when we are changing into a renewable system. And we are happy to have Robert Eriksson here from Uppsala University, living in Stockholm but working in Uppsala, and now we have the pleasure to have him here in person to talk about the challenges when we think we are doing good things. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. Let's see. So my presentation is about challenges in the energy transition and also about 100% renewable energy. So today I think we could also talk about 100% fossil-free production. Some years back it was a lot of focus on renewables, now it should be fossil-free. Could of course discuss that for the whole day, but I think the important part here is to have the speed. So we need to speed up the transition. Should I push harder or? Okay, maybe you can just switch to the next slide. I can do as the previous presenter. Just say next slide. So, yeah, so we have some trends in society. So all these trends are affecting all of us. So we have some mega trends that are related to globalization, urbanization, and digitalization. As you know, these are important, and I think digitalization is also something that is changing the way we are living. It's affecting our lives. And then we also have trends in society, so we are part of EU, so that is affecting us. We also need to focus more on defense and so on. So there are quite a lot of questions in the whole society. And then on top, we have the trends in the energy community. So we have this energy transition. So we are moving to this renewable or fossil-free production, but we also have other sectors like gas and heat. And before, the electric power system was sort of independent from other systems. So we have different systems that were independent. But what we see is that we are getting more system of systems. So these different systems are getting more dependent and more integrated. So there are a lot of discussions. So how can we use the surplus of electric power to produce hydrogen, for example? How can you use that as some flexibility resource? And also the electrification, that we are increasing the demand in society. At least that's what we think will happen. But so far we have not really seen that, at least not in Sweden. So I heard some weeks ago that the electricity consumption in Sweden was about the same as in 1986. So okay, it's good that we don't waste energy, but I think we need to use more energy instead of fossil energy sources. And then we also have a lot of data that we need to use in society, so connected to digitalization. And we also see that there is a lack of competence in the sector. Not competence in the sense that the people are working in the sector are not competent enough, but we need more people to do the work. So education is very important as well. Next slide, please. Okay, now it works. Okay. So there are also some forecasts how much energy in terms of electric power are we going to use in the future. So starting here at 2025, so today. So there are different forecasts. As you know, forecasts, they are very uncertain, and you know that the forecast will never happen. But which one of these will be the one that is more likely to happen? If we are going for fossil-free society, I think we need to go for the green one. And that is also what the government in Sweden is planning for. So we should have an electric power system that is able to deliver 300 terawatt hours per year. So that is an increase by 100%. So we are going to double the consumption until 2045, so in 20 years. Also in terms of where is this power coming from, the previous government in Sweden, they were saying that the Swedish transmission system operator, Svenska kraftnät, should pay for the connection for offshore wind. So there were a lot of plans to build more offshore wind. But then with the new government, they changed the rules. So now the producers, the ones that are building the wind farms, they need to pay for this connection. So there are not going to be so much offshore wind in the coming years in Sweden due to this. And also the current government is talking about that we should have nuclear power plant. So we should invest in those, and there should be some subsidies for that kind of energy. And I think the important part here is not what the previous or the current government is saying. I think we need to have some decisions and some agreements between the different parties, so we have a long-term agreement what we should aim for, and not change every time we change the government. Because you cannot build offshore wind or nuclear power plant within just a few years. So you have a government for 4 years, so you will not be able to do that. So you start planning and you make some investment, and then the next government is changing the rules. So I think we need to remove those kind of uncertainties and have politicians that can agree. Otherwise, this will not happen. So we will probably just stay with some small increase in consumption of electricity and still use a lot of fossil energy sources. So in terms of the transition in the power system, in order to have secure supply of power, we need, of course, we have the operational security. So we need to be able to deliver power that is of good quality in terms of frequency and voltage and so on. So there are some important aspects in terms of operational security. So we have the balancing. We need to balance production and consumption. And that has to be balanced from the very short time frames like milliseconds to hours to years. So we have large variations. And the more weather dependent resources we have in the system, the more important is this sort of long-term balancing. And we also have the advocacy. So we need to be able to have enough power and energy in the system. So if we look at Sweden, we have export in terms of energy, but it might be a problem to get the power from one part of the system where we have the generation to consumption for some hours. And that is also what you can see when you have large price variations in the system, that you have more consumption and it's harder to transfer the power. So you can have some bottlenecks and you can have large differences in price from north to south in Sweden. So sufficient generation capacity and also sufficient transfer capacity and some flexibility. So that could be batteries or other types of energy storages. So all these together will then form a grid that has sufficient energy and power and also high operational security. And the operational security, and we cannot live without power, and if you have outage for hours or one day, I think everyone would get annoyed. If it happens maybe every 20 years or so, I think that's something we can accept because it's too costly to plan a system that whatever happens, you always get the power. So there is a trade-off there, and maybe every 20 years, but not every second week or so. That would not work for us. So in terms of adequacy, we have production and we have consumption. So what we have seen is that we get more production in the system, as I said, but the consumption is not increasing as expected. But if both production and consumption would increase, what would that mean? Well, I mean, we can build production, maybe not nuclear, but wind power. That can happen in 2 to 5 years, something like that. And consumption in terms of, let's say, a data center, that could happen in 1 year. If they see a good business case, they have the power close to where they're going to build a data center, they just apply for the permits and they build it in 1 year. What takes time is this part in middle, the grid, that is actually going to transfer the power from production to consumption. And I think we need to build more grids without knowing that we are actually going to get consumption or production. So if we have the capacity in the grid, I'm sure that if they see a business case that we need more power, we need to use power for hydrogen or for data centers, then we can direct them, okay, you have the capacity in this location, so that's where you're going to connect. So my message would be just build grids. Of course, it takes time because no one really wants some kind of overhead line in their backyard. Although, I mean, as a power engineer, I think these are kind of beauty things. I mean, you perhaps not too close, but I mean, sort of, that's part of what I work with. So it's good to get some reminders sometimes. And also, in order to operate a secure power system, we need to fulfill the needs that we have in the power system, and we need to provide to provide those needs with certain abilities. And what we have had in the past was that we had a lot of synchronous machines that were providing these kind of services. So we could get the inertia, so large rotating masses, keeping the balance in the system in the short term, and also they were able to regulate the voltage. So we had a lot of inherent abilities in the power system. So we took those for granted. But when we replaced those with renewables like wind and solar, they will not come inherently into the power system. So we need to ask for those abilities when they connect. So we need to ask and implement a control scheme in the wind farm that, okay, you need to provide this voltage control, you need to provide this kind of frequency service. So the requirements when producers are connecting is very important. And also for consumption. If you have very large consumptions connecting to the power grid, you also need to put reasonable requirements on those. So they cannot just disconnect because you have a small voltage dip in the system. If you have one disconnection, couple of 100 megawatts, that would be okay. But if you have many of those in the system that are disconnecting just because you have a short voltage dip, that could cause harm in the power system. So that is also important. So we need to add these kind of abilities when we connect to renewables. Add voltage control and so on. And I think we also need to ask for more. So we are usually operating the power system according to what is called N-1 criterion. So we should have a stable system no matter what happens if one component disconnects. But we could also have disconnection of several components in the power system. So some kind of larger events. And I think if we are able to request for the abilities, we should do that in order to make the system more robust. So what we had in the past, we had sort of balance between the abilities and the requirements coming from these synchronous machines. And when we are increasing the production and consumption and reducing the amount of synchronous machines, we get less of these inherent abilities, so we need to add more. Since the requirements in terms of what the system needs is increasing. And then we have all these kind of technical things that we need to fulfill in terms of these abilities like active power balance, reactive power balance, and so on. But I will not go into details of those, but they are very important properties in the power system. So that was it. Any questions, sir?
Yeah, use the opportunity and ask our expert. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm thinking about.
Sorry, so we also get it for the stream.
When I'm looking at the system that we're having in the Nordic countries, what strikes me is that we really don't see any connected to the wind energy production, any huge, really huge hydrogen gas plants. So what is the problem here according to you? Why don't we, what is stopping the production of wet gas in reality?
That's a very, very good question. I think the problem is that there are not enough incentives to go for that option, and the business cases are perhaps not good enough. I mean, we have the possibility to connect the electrolyzers to the grid and start producing hydrogen. But what we see is that it's not just happening probably because it's too expensive. I mean, it's cheaper to continue as is. So we should sort of try to stimulate to ensure that we are speeding up the transition.
I was surprised by the fact that you said that the energy consumption is today more or less the same as in '86 or something like that. Is that an average idea? I have always had the idea that we are using so much more today, but how is this really a fact, or is this some sort of theoretical mathematics?
No, no. Well, I don't have the proper source right away, but I mean it's a fact that we are not increasing the consumption that much. So I don't know how much we were using 86. Maybe that was a peak year. I don't know, but I mean we should use more electric power instead of other energy sources.
Interesting. Other questions now for Robert in this sense? Robert will stay here the whole day, so you can also talk to him during the lunch break and things that actually will be served out there also. And if you need a cup of coffee or you need to visit the bathroom, it's also very close in case you are not familiar with our surroundings. So everything is very close here. In case you want to smoke a cigarette, you have to disappear from the yard and the house. Thank you, Robert, and please use the opportunity to talk to him later on. And then we will again connect to actually to Samsø in Denmark, and we have. I need to check a little because it's a little demanding. Not Alex's, but Chat Simprios. I hope it went almost correctly. That is a project manager for the clean energy system in SAMSE, international coordinator for SAMSE Energy Academy. And his headlines is, can clean energy be a driver for local development? Alexis, we are eager to listen to your ideas and visions. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well and see the slides.
Yes.
Thank you. So originally I'm from Greece, as my unpronounceable surname suggests. You did pretty well, Uffe. And I work at the Samsø Energy Academy in Denmark. We are part of the Clean Energy for EU Islands Secretariat that Katarina mentioned before, so I won't say too much about it. It's a European initiative that is supporting for, I think, almost 8 years now, European islands to decarbonize. And in this current phase, we have selected 30 islands to work more closely with them and support them from different aspects and build capacity. So we conduct studies that they cannot do for their own, or like feasibility studies, grid studies, and with the aim to approach as much as possible 100% renewable energy. My organization in this initiative has a role to work more with people, so a softer role than the hard engineering role. So we don't conduct studies, other partners of the consortium do that. But we try to work with people in the island transition teams, as we call them, so local groups that work with the local stakeholders and the municipality where there is one to try to advance, and we try to build capacity there. So this is more or less a local island community. People know more or less what they have. They feel sometimes cozy with their current situation. They like the neighbors. They share things. They can pick each other's kids from the school. So more or less the life is okay, and unless there are very big challenges, we don't need to change much. That's very often the case in a local island community. But then, of course, there's the the climate urgency and the EU policies and national policies to push for solutions now or yesterday to try to reverse or tackle climate change. So very often there is a gap. Maybe you could say that Åland's contribution to climate change is not that much. And we could say the same about Denmark. It's not that much. The whole EU, I think it's around 6% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not that hard for people to say, okay, well, what can I do at the end of the day? It's not me, the others should take care of that. And it's not, it's sometimes it's easy for people to just close back to what they know and say, okay, well, maybe my new light bulbs will be energy efficient, maybe my car will be electric, but that's okay. I don't need to do much. And so it's very important to try to bridge this gap and try to approach people to understand what's in it for them in the clean energy transition and whether it can actually change or improve their life. So we say that if you want to develop and change, it is important to meet people where they are. And so very often the problem is that very often we start the discussion about asking how do we do it? How do we do the clean energy transition? And then we start discussing where, because the answer is renewable energy, or where should we put wind turbines or photovoltaic, solar PV? Uh, and then we approach the community and all the stakeholders, and we inform them who should be informed, and we talk about the plan that is already made or decided. And then there are often so many reactions. People protest against because they have never heard of that before and they were not asked in good time. And the reason for that is that we didn't address the why. We didn't address why there should be any change, why we're suggesting this. And the reasons for why, I mean, I said before that maybe people are pretty comfortable with what they have and they don't want to change. But if they also look more carefully, is everything that perfect? I mean, is there local development? Are there new jobs? Are young people who maybe go out for university, do they come back? Or there are really some challenges on the island and in rural areas also. So on Samso in Denmark, which hit the news in 2007 because it became carbon negative, produced more renewable energy than it needed. The answer was that actually there is reason to change. There is reason to change because there is depopulation and there was a local depression on the island about not having new jobs, and the tourism risk to be the only business, and we would close down the island from September to May. So the answer to that was what was maybe the clean energy transition could bring some benefits, and then we went to who should be involved, who wants to learn more about that, who wants to work with energy efficiency in their homes. Maybe there could be some renewable energy. Who wants to own it, to have shares? Who can benefit? Only then we talked about where we accept to have renewable energy and where we don't want to have any. And only at the very end we talked about how. So wind turbines, how many, how high, etc. And this was a very inclusive process that actually worked. So this is Samso in Denmark. And of course, there was a master plan for what I said, which was a guide about what could be possible. What are the actual resources available that could substitute fossil fuels? But that was just a guide just to know where to look at and what to discuss. The actual process went through like very long consultation and bottom-up discussions. Sometimes like I think we use the conference and the school format where one person speaks and everybody else sits in rows. It's very useful in conferences like this one, but sometimes we use it too much. And people disconnect and feel, oh, okay, this is the expert and I don't know the topic very well, so it's not for me. So very often on Samsung we use the circle, which creates a feeling of not necessarily that we all in the same function as citizens here, and we can look each other in the eye and talk about things openly, and this works. About the wind turbines that we eventually decided to install, 11 megawatts, so 11 of 1 megawatt each. it was Robert said before that, I mean, he works he's a power engineer. He finds transmission lines pretty. So I think these guys in the photo may actually agree, because they are the owners of this wind turbine, and they went to the factory to see it being constructed. And from our experience, when you own it or you own part of it, then suddenly it's much more pretty and it sounds good. This is more or less how it looks in the landscape. So it was very important to to study carefully where to install renewable energy and wind turbines and where not. So that was electricity, and all the electricity of the island is covered by 11 wind turbines of 1 megawatt each. The heating was a different thing, because at the time every house had, of course, an oil burner. And the idea that we suggested was that we saw that there was enough biomass on the island to produce the amount of heat needed. But then we went to the farmers and say, do you accept to give us straw from your fields to power to create district heating plants? And of course, the farmer said yes, if the price is right. So of course there was a local incentive for additional income for farmers to deliver the fuel on Samso to create district heating plants. And this actually worked. We built 4 of them, and each one is connected and has contracts with the farmers around it within a few kilometers radius. You cannot transfer it from too far away. So this worked also pretty well. Each one of these big chunks of straw is around half a ton and has 2.5 kilos of straw equals 1 kilo of oil. So it's not too bad. And this is our offshore wind park. This is 4 kilometers off the coast of Samsø. And I saw this to demonstrate that this was not the best location. Not from a technical point of view, not from wind, not from a financial point of view. That was not the most productive choice of a project. But it was the third best. So, but the other 2 were rejected by the local community for different reasons. So no matter how good a project looks on paper, it is actually only as good as local stakeholders see it. Otherwise, it may be never be implemented. The benefits from this offshore, where the municipality also participated and had shares, were reinvested on the island to have solar PV and electric cars to charge. This is the municipal fleet. So more local benefits. Even more local benefits where we created a smart grid on a harbor. And then with PV on the buildings and a battery, we balanced the grid. And then the energy management was much better. There was no need to reinforce the cable to that segment of the grid. And there were local businesses that started renting electric cars, for example, there for tourists that arrive into this harbor that can take up to 340 boats at the peak time in July. So for this, we got the Climate Leader Award by the UN a few COP meetings back in 2021 in Glasgow. I think that for this kind of local development, and there is the clean energy transition topic of the LIFE program is very, very helpful. And we have got the possibility to use it twice. One for this project Reset, which is about rural areas in Europe, in Iceland, in Sweden, in Slovenia, and on the island of Menorca, where we support stakeholders for clean energy planning and how to involve the citizens and have them as inclusive as possible. And this is another example about another project from the funded also by the LIFE program about energy communities, which is kind of a new trend. I think, in my personal opinion, is that it is here to stay. So to have this decentralization of energy where I produce my own energy and I consume it and I don't buy from the grid. I don't produce to sell it to the grid. I produce it to consume it. And then only then I interact from the grid to give my excess or to buy what I miss. And this is a QR code for a guide about how to create community-driven processes and invite as many people as possible into the process. This is interesting because this is about the future. So Samsung achieved 100% renewable energy for electricity and heat. But then, as Robert said, we'll go into more electrification. And this is, we may need much more renewable energy in the future. So this map shows the island, and all the red area is where the island community decided that they do not want any renewable energy. The white parts is where renewable energy could be accepted. I'm saying this that it's very important to have this discussion and to allow people to be part of the planning process in time, from the very beginning. And this little green dot at the bottom right is very close to the harbor because the new ferry is electric. And then we plan to maybe build some more wind turbines there to feed the electric ferry. And it's a very good narrative for an island to produce their own electricity for their own ferry. Of course, this is part of an overall plan that fits into renewable energy, and then where can we build more dwellings for people to attract more people and families to the island? What more, I don't know, tourist infrastructure we need? Where do we need bike lanes? So what part of agriculture will be taken out of production, which is part of the three-part agreement, if you have heard about it in Denmark, 20% of farmland should be taken out of production. And every municipality has to make an action plan how to do that by the end of this year, actually. So we're quite fast in that, building on the success from the past and the knowledge. But what lands you take out? What do you reforest? Which wetland do you allow water to come back in? This initiative was aims to improve the sea quality, water sea quality, actually, because of a lot of pesticides during decades. The sea around the island, the Kattegat, is not that healthy, but it has benefits for climate and emissions. So it will actually benefit our climate plan also. And I think these are my 15 minutes. Please, I'm happy to stay on in this meeting or have any bilateral conversation you want, and exchange further. I would be happy to go to Holland. I mean, I've missed my opportunity when the Clean Energy for You Islands Forum, you hosted it in 2019. And then on a couple of more occasions, I actually couldn't travel, but I would be very happy to go. It's very beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. I think this was very inspiring also to listen to something that is, I would say, individual and community driven planning in the sense, which is perhaps one of the challenges we have had on Åland. It has been a little putting people against the government or things like that, and communities against the central government and these, and you try to do it, I wouldn't say bottom up, but still inclusively in the things. Are there any comments or reflections that you want to share with Alexis or questions to him?
Yes, hello. I'm representing the local politics here, and I wanted to ask you about, you talked about involving the community in the very beginning, also in the placement of, for example, wind turbines offshore. Did you have any discussion, were there problems with the placement in terms of where you could actually harvest energy in the best way and where it's deep enough or otherwise good for offshore wind? Since on Åland there is a problem perhaps regarding the placement, since the preliminary studies have shown that, you know, specific spaces may not be eligible for offshore wind.
No, we studied very well, very thoroughly the different possibilities, and we concluded that the best position was to the west of the island. in terms of wind speed and in terms of how expensive, depending also on the depth of the sea. But then we got some quite a few reactions because to the west, it's the sunset, and there are many summer houses there. And so we realized that there was enough, reactions or opposition to the position. We didn't want to push that forward, even if because people want to come from Copenhagen and have a drink on their beer on Friday afternoon and look at the sunset. And we felt that we have to to change, and we went to the second location where there was some problem with birds. But then we had a dialogue with environmental associations, and that's had quite a few concerns about that. And then we changed it again to a third location, which is what it was. But from an eligibility point of view, all three were possible.
Okay. Other questions, comments? If not, so for the time being, Alexis, I'm very grateful that you had time to be with us, and please follow
Thank you.
us and keep in touch with us as well. I think we need your inspiration also in the future.
I'll be glad to. Thank you.
And now, unfortunately, our local minister for the climate and energy, Camilla Gunnell, is unfortunately not able to be here today because there is the yearly session of the Nordic Council in Stockholm that started out yesterday, and they have the climate ministers meetings just today. Perhaps at this hour, even if I remember correctly. So we met with her 2 weeks ago with my colleague Tina Mäkinen, and we put her a few questions about the present situation and her vision of the future on the Åland Island. So please run the short video.
For distribution, we have, as you know, one cable from Sweden, and we have one backup cable to support Åland from Finland. And besides of that, we have our own production in wind and solar, which is today about 70% of the yearly consumption in the Åland Islands. So we have to the cable to Sweden, we have to have a new one in about 10 years' time. So that is a big investment and quite a big process that we have started now. And about the renewables, I think we have keep on investing in that. And for example, is the project with the sea-based wind power act. It's the Sunnam Wind project is going on now and are also advancing into the auction stage in next year. I think the bumpy road towards the future, we have seen that also when we develop the digitalization in this world. So I think it's you have to count on that there will be some bumps in the roads also for the green transition and also for the sea-based wind parks. But I think there's a increasing need of green energy in both the south of Finland and in the Stockholm region. And I also noticed quite a interest today from both countries in this project. So let's hope it also it depends on the market and how the market is counting for the energy prices for the future. So, but I think they are in the long game, and they are really counting for a future that green energy is really important, and the need for green energy is huge.
Do you see other island regions or coastal regions that could be of good inspiration for you?
I think the Danish island Samsø has been a great inspiration through the years with their island solutions. We have also communication, of course, with other islands in the Baltic Sea, for example, Gotland, when talking about islands and energy system, and also discussing, of course, what it could happen with our islands and what role we can play in the future with sea-based wind parks, for example. I think we have some bottlenecks to work with in our grid in the island, and to adapt the grid for feeding in energy from sun and wind. So that's one obstacle or something to work with. We have the security discussion also in our islands. What will happen if, for some reasons, the cables were cut off? How can we still exist and have some energy? Our society could function even in crisis.
Hello, can you hear me?
So that we have to work with, and we are working on that. There's a lot of threats.
Can you hear me?
And they are discussed in every level today. What would happen with nuclear plants, for example, with drone attacks and so on. And I think we have to be realistic that can also affect the Åland Islands if something is happened to a nuclear plant that is close.
Is there something you want to add on to this discussion, or you think you covered most of the things, or something I forgot to ask about?
I think we have to keep in mind that there is only one way to the future, and that is the green way, and that the transition has to come. It will take more time, it's going to be harder, it's going to cost more than we want, but the direction is clear. That's the only way to move forward.
Is that a common agreement in the government and in the parliament on Åland Islands now, that everyone is heading this way, or do you have big quarrels?
I think there is quite a big parliamentary support for moving forward to the green transition. Regarding the climate change and regarding the security issues today. But there is always a resistance, not in my backyard. Please do it somewhere else in the world, not so much affect everyday life in the islands. So that struggle is not over, and we have to discuss these issues more, both in the parliament and with the Ålanders.
This was a brief view from our responsible minister that is sending her greetings also to this meeting and to this conference, and she is regretting not being able to be here today because of other duties as a minister. But I think it also sounded pretty interesting, this connection also with inspiration from Samsø and also not in my backyard, as also Robert said, and other things. We continue the program, and I ask Johannes, Professor Johannes Gulden from Stralsund, our partner university in Germany, to give your view on what we already heard, but especially from the viewpoint of Rügen and north part of Germany coastal areas. We are happy to have you here, and it's also an evidence that this Unicoast thing is working, because they are also within the Unicoast, and we try to collect these kind of actions. And after Johannes, we will also hear Alessandra Casu from Sardinia in Sassari, and Pau de Vilches from University of Baleares, all actually partner universities in Unicoast. So we have now first here on location Johannes, and then we will have Alessandra and Pau coming after you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Thank you also so much for inviting me. And I have to say, I'm very impressed that all of this technology is working and online streams are working. That is very great. Not always like that, because I want to talk about challenges today. And such an online conference is also a little challenge, right? And somehow here you managed to do all of that. That is just great. I'm here from Stralsund University, being part of the Unicoast Alliance as well, though not really on an island. Okay, so I'm not an islander, but we have an island close by. So this lady student from our university sitting on the mainland, but you see there in the back you can see the island of Rügen, so we are very close to the island, and we are part of this coastal area part in the Unicoast Alliance. So you can see it once more on the map of Germany here, very northeast of Germany, very rural area, and a coastal area with islands. Big island, the biggest island of Germany, the island of Rügen, and right next to it, a much smaller island, the island of Hiddensee, and then we have two peninsulas next to it, and I'm very familiar with those island people. We talked about it yesterday, right? I mean, how long is Uffe here already? Are you accepted on the islands yet? So one of those challenges, and we heard that in the earlier presentations, is how you can overcome those people that live on those islands and say, we've always done it like that. Why should we change? And so Stralsund, that is the city of Stralsund. You can see this bridge going over there to the island of Rügen, a good old, nice Hanseatic town, also a slide you could use for touristic reasons. And yes, we are a very touristic area. Most people come to Stralsund, come to Rügen for touristic reasons. They come there to sit on the Baltic Sea beaches. They come there as tourists. And the local people, they want to keep this nice green environment, but they don't value it yet. Not really. They just say, okay, we have these nice beaches, we have this nice environment, there is some World Heritage in there. I mean, this historic city is World Heritage, we have the chalk cliffs that is World Heritage and so on, but it's just God-given is sometimes the feeling I have, what the people think about it. It's not something they value, it's not something they need to really protect. So I want to use this limited time to introduce you to 2 or 3 projects that we as a university have been doing. The University of Applied Science in Stralsund has been working on this field of renewable energies for more than 30 years. I would all invite you to my conference that's happening next week, but that's on a very short notice. So maybe come next year, always in November. And we have our own conference next week for the 32nd time on renewable energies and green hydrogen. So we are doing this energy transition research for quite a while now. And we would say we are pretty much experts in this field. However, there is an ongoing discussion in the communities around us, and there was this very nice program funded by the German government called High Land, the whole thing, okay, High Land. And so they had these 3 levels, high starters, high experts, and high performers. So they said, okay, we're going to push this energy transition towards green hydrogen as a crucial part in the energy transition, to store the energy in these 3 levels, and we're going to look in the first part for high starters, communities, areas that start in this transition to the hydrogen. Then the hydrogen experts and the hydrogen performers, where you get actual investment money for hydrogen projects. And so I saw this call and I said, yep, well, we're working on this for 20 years. You can tell it's 10 years back. So we're working on this for 20 years. We're experts. And I asked some people from around, so you can see some ferries in these artistic pictures. There's hydrogen buses across the bridge, right? That's the idea, what the vision that we worked on. And I talked to, for example, the local ferry guy, and I said, you want to have hydrogen ferries, right? We talk about this for such a long time. And he said, yes, but how? Talked to the bus people, and they said, but how? So I figured out, yes, we as a university, we're experts. But our community, the area around us, the people, We are hydrogen starters. So we first applied on that level. We said, okay, let's go for the hydrogen starter level. And we were very proud that within all of Germany, we were one of 9 high starter regions that got selected out of 138 applicants. When we heard earlier that the European Union is giving out some money into funding this, you all know if you've tried to get such a project that the chances are often rather low. And so 9 out of 138, we were kind of proud of that. And it only worked because it was a nice group of people working with local politicians, working with the local economy and the university. In this triangle, we really worked together on that. And well, the main outcome of this was that image. So that's all, right? We had an artistic image of that. We got some of the community then into lectures, and they knew a few more things about hydrogen afterwards. Then we applied for high experts. We got that one as well, which was good. So now finally in high experts, we made a strategic plan on how to do this energy transition in our coastal area. Okay, I'm now going to show you in a nice animation that's mainly in German. Let's see, but someone build up this nice animation. I didn't want to destroy it, but I can explain some of those steps in detail. And then I'm going to talk about this last step, how to get the money for that, the high performer, because this is where you get the real investment money for those expensive hydrogen projects. So all of this being funded by the some national program in Germany. And so we start out with our city, the city of Stralsund, as I said, the gate to the island. And it's a city of around 50, 60,000 people, depending on how you count. We have our local energy supplier, the SWS Stralsund. They have already some photovoltaic. They have some wind power. No, not really. But they said, okay, if hydrogen is coming, we're going to build wind power plants because then we can sell that electricity to the electrolyzer. So coupled to that, but not within the same funding scheme, was wind power, was 3 wind turbines in front of this historic city of Stralsund, coming back to where is the sunset or not, but in this case, yes, looking into those wind turbines is a discussion. So then we have an electrolyzer. Then we wanted to use these electrolyzers off heat for heating, district heating in the city of Stralsund, and we wanted to get the hydrogen from the electrolyzer into a hydrogen filling station that's supposed to then run and supply not only logistics, but also the public transport buses. And now problems arise. Who's doing what? Who's going to do which part? So we have this as a kind of public company, the SWS Stralsund, that's a private public company, energy supplier. We have the local buses, that's public transport, again, pseudo-private company. And in between you have this filling station, which is then a totally private company. And I was there, I mean, I'm just the expert watching from the side, right? Giving some advice here and there, but I saw those negotiations between these sides and these sides because they said, okay, to run our buses, I want to have the hydrogen price. How much does hydrogen cost from your side? Well, then the company said, how much hydrogen do you want? How many buses do you have? How much hydrogen do you need? Well, I don't know yet because it depends on the hydrogen price you give me. Okay, ongoing discussion, so we got a range in the end. Then they said, okay, how much does the hydrogen cost from the electrolyzer? Or they said, okay, if I want to do the investment into the electrolyzer, how much do you pay me for the hydrogen? And the guy from the gas station said, I don't know yet because I don't know how many of those buses will run and how often and how long they will run. What I'm trying to say here is that these discussions can be very long, and we heard it earlier, we need the political investment and we need the long-term strategies. Because if you pay off such an infrastructure that costs a lot of money, you want to know that this pays off within the next 10 years. I was involved a lot with this energy company, being head of the board and stuff like that, but normally if you would do such an innovative project, you would say, okay, let's do the investment for the next 10, 15 years. It's fine. No, they said, no, we have to push it to 5 years. In the end, it was 7 years. We have to push it to 5 years because we don't know if the hydrogen grid will come. and if the hydrogen grid is available, hydrogen out of the pipeline will be a lot cheaper, probably, maybe, than the hydrogen we produce ourselves. And do we still have the business case then? So there's a lot of uncertainties in these hydrogen projects. Okay, finally, a little bit of a coastal part. We also have a harbor nearby, and the idea was to supply this harbor with green hydrogen. So this logistics company, they want to drive the hydrogen to this harbor because they have a vessel there that drives to the offshore wind parks, and they drive the maintenance people to those offshore wind parks. This vessel runs on hydrogen today, or actually a few years back. It runs on hydrogen. They just don't have any available, even in our area where we have a university that's been working in this field for more than 30 years. Okay, and then there is the island itself. They had their own ideas, and that was not so easy to include them into this project as much as we would have liked. So in the end, the idea was that the island is going to give and sell extra electricity to run the electrolyzer and then get hydrogen back, or maybe transport additional hydrogen from there as well. So the island, the rural areas are the suppliers of the city. In a similar way as we do it right now with food, right? I mean, in the cities, we don't produce enough food. In the cities, we don't produce enough renewable energies. So we have to import it from the rural areas. So in the end, let's see, click, come on. The idea was to do this till 2025. It was supposed to show that there. We are at the end of 2025, and I can tell you none of this exists. The overall investment was supposed to be 28 million euros. Okay? And I don't think I included the next slide. Let me try to keep pushing the button till the thing loads or not. Yeah, it's just, there we go. Okay, that's already the next project. The thing is, we then applied for high performer with this nice, maybe I can go one slide back, let's see. But yeah, with this nice project idea, we applied for this last phase, this high performer. We got 15 millions of funding from the government, and the remaining almost 15 million were coming from private investors, from private industry, and so on. It's all good. Well, it turned out that the opposition, the opposing party in the German parliament said, you know what, this pot of money where you're taking it from is illegal. You can't take it from there. You have to take it from somewhere else. And then all of these projects were stopped all over Germany. So we went through this three-phase program over years, developing this whole thing, having on paper already the investments by the private companies. And in the end, it's all being stopped by some crazy politics that totally is out of our control. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that you need this political investment, you need the political decision makers, but they need to be true to their words, and they were, but they couldn't, because then democracy, I mean, in the end, I mean, the highest courts ruled that this is correct or not correct and so on, but we are stuck with this idea. The idea was good. It's all, with a little bit of funding, even economically feasible. We did another project, which I just mentioned down here in the corner, the ELMA project, towards how are our coastal regions prepared for the mobility, electromobility on the water, right? So we heard electric ferries. I mentioned earlier hydrogen ferries that we wanted to implement in our area. But what about electric boats? Does a marina have enough electrical connection? Is the grid connection good enough to just, connect a lot of boats that went between the islands all day? You went out fishing. Most boats come back at, 5, 6 o'clock, and then you plug the boats in to recharge them. All the things that you have on the electric charging of vehicles kind of apply to boats as well in a similar way. I mean, most marinas have electrical connections, but not with the power to really recharge your entire battery. That was one of the projects that we did. It's just something that you should have in the back of your minds if you're talking about electrification. It's also not only going to happen on the roads, but also on the water. I think that's special for coastal areas and for islands. Let me just quickly go through some last slides on that project here that we did, because acceptance of renewable energies is one of the crucial parts. We just heard that from Denmark as well, that you can't put the wind turbines to the west because they disturb the sunset. And so we went out into a rural area, and really a small village, a little town, and we created this map, for example, because you just asked, where could you put wind turbines? This is the map for that area, so we can do that. And we said, okay, let's have different distances. If the wind is away from households 1 kilometer, as the German law is right now, you basically get this little area. And if you are a little bit more liberal to that, you get 800, 600, 400, you suddenly create more and more potential in this area. And what we did in this project, what we developed here, was an online tool for the people to locally work with that. So we calculated in an energy simulation and model what are the potentials, right? So we have a potential of 136 megawatt of wind power to be installed in that area. And then everyone from that community can scale by themselves. I want to have 82? Do I want to have less? We put in this little line. This is what you had in that community in 2024. So do you want to go below that line or not? Because there's quite a few people opposing wind. Here we're talking onshore, right? So it's a lot closer to your house. It's a lot closer there. The same with the photovoltaics. The same with photovoltaics on roofs, and then we put photovoltaics on fields, because this is a lot of peatland as well that they want to re-wet, where they want to put that back. And then we had those little signs here that show you, okay, how far are you with your energy transition, how far are you with carbon neutrality, and so on and so forth. And then we took this tool and we went to the community, and we invited people from this area, and we took some of the poor people, we took male, female. We tried to really have the entire society there. So bottom-up approach. And we said, look, let's develop this together. Okay, you can decide, what do you want? Do you want the energy transition this way or this way or this way? I very much liked what your minister just said. There's only this way. It's good if politicians see it this way, but the people, they are not yet convinced. And so we developed this to help, not necessarily to convince them, but to enable them to make their own decisions. Because often, as we just heard from Denmark, right, there's an expert talking to the people, and we don't have the circle, we don't have that discussion. So we totally had a discussion. We as experts, we were only watching. They were doing the discussion. My talking was minimal. I had a very short introduction in the beginning, and then they could just come to me and ask. So for one full weekend, I was sitting with the people at their municipality, and they could just come and ask questions here, questions there, and then they developed their own scenario for the renewable energy system of the future in their field. Okay, so this is just my institute, my lab. This is all the stuff that we have. If you're interested, you can contact me. This is the contact details. I want to thank you for the kind attention, for the time that I had to quickly introduce these two projects, these two problems. And I saw now that I was slightly over-ambitious with the title of my presentation. How has Rügen tackled the challenges? I would even say the island is not aware of those challenges, okay? And if you don't have a challenge, if you don't have a problem, it's already solved. So I'm looking forward to have some discussions. I'm all here all day and also for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johannes. Any immediate questions now to Johannes? We are running a little over time, but we have rather long lunch break, so we can go a little over. That's not a huge problem. Also for our students, if you haven't realized already, Johannes and also the colleague Helma Trondheim from Färö that will speak after lunch will also tomorrow have guest lectures, so there is a possibility to dwell into this a little more also tomorrow for our students.
Yes, we have a question from Alexis.
Okay. Can you say it?
It's not. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. It's not exactly a question. I wanted to comment on that chicken and the egg problem that you mentioned, which is very, very common. Maybe the representative from Gotland later would give some information on that, because I know on Gotland they have a very good case of how they solved that, where the region announced that the buses on the island would run on biogas, and they announced that before there was any biogas on the island, and that created the demand. And it was a very, very interesting case quite a few years ago. So maybe you will hear more about that. I don't want to say more, just to say that it exists successful cases on that. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you for that comment. And exactly that's what we try to do. That's why we build up the entire hydrogen ecosystem, not just the buses or only the electrolyzer. Because that's one of the things I've always been saying. Let's build one of them. It's going to either create the demand, or if you create the supplies, the demand will come up by itself. But of course, I'm not the private investor, so I don't care. But in this case, we finally had the entire system together. There was a business case on all three parts: the production, the demand, and in the middle, even the supply. There was a business case for all three of them. It needed subsidies, but then suddenly all subsidies gone. Then it all imploded. But yes, you're absolutely right. That's how you can do it. Just start at one point.
Thank you very much, Johannes, and take the opportunity also to chat with him during the lunch and other breaks and during the day. And now we actually invite another Unicoast professor. I'm happy to have Alessandra Casu online. Actually also happy to have learned to know you since a year ago or something, and we are actually co-chairing the Hub 3 in the Unicoast concept. And now being on, I don't know where you actually are, but you are placed, your role is in Sassari on the northern Sardinia, also part of our Unicoast Alliance, and you have promised to tell us how Sardinia already managed to be exporting energy to the mainland Italy. Alessandra, welcome, and
Yes,
you tell us your story.
hello, good morning to everybody. It's a pity I'm not there with you, but unfortunately we have face-to-face institutional meetings today here. So I briefly go to my presentation, if I am able to. Okay, just a moment, please. You can see it, and also so do I. Some notes. We still have in Italy 7 plants that produce electricity using coke, and 2 are in Sardinia. At the moment, we produce more than 12 gigawatts of gigawatt hour per year, but we consume only 2/3 of it. So this means that most than 40% of our energy production is exported to the rest of Italy or Europe. At the moment, but I will go briefly to the future, 1/3 of the electricity in Sardinia is produced using renewable sources, and the rest is, as you can imagine, from fossil sources. At the moment, we have installed a power of more than 2 gigawatts from renewable sources. Here you can see the import-export cycle before the arrival of renewable sources and later at the beginning of the cycle. As you can see, the island, which is this one, for who doesn't know it, this one is exporting either to Corse or to Italy. And the export moves using big cables you see in the north of the island. And there is an important backbone which connects from north to south. Here is one of the coke plants. Here is the second coke plant. And here you have also hydroelectric plants and another fossil production plant. Let's go quickly. Until the arrival of the Green New Deal, in Sardinia were installed more than 40,000 solar plants. The total power is this, more or less 1 giga, and more than 600 wind farms for more than 1 giga. Solar plants are more or less from 4 to 5% of total solar power in Italy, and wind farms cover more or less 10% of total wind farms in Italy. If we see the distribution in the territory of all renewable energy plants, you can see in China, in light blue, solar plants, which are the most diffused. You see in red wind farms, which work mainly on top of some mountains, being a problem of landscape, I have to say. And you see hydroelectric plants, which are not so many, of course, because we need the rivers to make them work. And you also see in purple plants which are classified as biomass plants. But actually, I have to say that some of them, the most productive, are not treating real biomasses, but they are treating residual products of oil refineries. According to the Green New Deal, more or less in Sardinia, the most important renewable sources should be wind and sun. And the application of New Deal for Sardinia in a national government decrees states that more or less 2/3 of electricity should be produced via renewable sources before 2030. In Sardinia, we should multiply 3 times the current production from renewable sources, mainly using solar plants and wind farms. This growth should also be accompanied by accumulation installations. There is also in the decree the idea of decarbonization via methanization of the island, because currently the Sardinia is the only region in Italy which doesn't use methane. But maybe this is something we could overcome. The same decree gives incentives to hydroelectric wind farms and photovoltaic installations, and also residual gas treatment plants. If the installations are under 1 megawatt of power, they can be directly supported, and the supports cover more or less 5 gigawatts in all Italy. For plants which are produce more power, which are the most important, every year the government opens to competitive calls until 2028, and it incentivizes more than 60 gigawatts of power. The matter of these kinds of power is what we call the power density of the sources, in the sense that if we use natural gas plants, the density is higher, so the territory it occupies is very, very small. And as we move towards renewable sources, you can see that solar powers should be those that occupy less territories, and hydroelectric and biomass should be those that occupy more territory. So when we talk about solar wind farms and so on, in Sardinia, we have to talk about the effect on the occupation of territory and the effect on landscape, especially because I have to tell you something more. Let's see, you can see that Sardinia, Sicily, and the most southern Italy is the area which is most vocated for solar energy production. And you just see how many towns and villages install photovoltaic plants. But the number of plants doesn't give the right information, because if we talk about power which is installed, you see that Puglia is the region in which most power is produced via solar energy. Second come Lombardy and Sardinia. If we think in terms of photovoltaic power installed per province, per county, you see that the metropolitan area of Cagliari, the capital town of the island, produces more than the rest of regions, and this province, which is very important under the landscape point of view, is the most productive PV power And if we compare the production per capita, you see that Lombardy produces per capita much less than other regions in Eastern Italy. What is the problem? The problem is the idea of power density. Here you can see just one of the PV installation you can find in the backbone. And this is another which is already existing. You see this, and this doesn't tell you so much. This tells something about landscape because this orientation, even though it could be more productive if it was aligned to the existing landscape, it doesn't take care at all of the roots of the lands. And moreover, you can see how big is the village and how big is the plant. So this is a strong problem for many villages in the island. This is a project which was under impact assessment, and you see this is the extension of the installation, and this is the extension of the village. Another project which is causing the last conflict in Sardinia is this. This is the simulation of the installation, and you can see that it is covering the more fertile terrains in the land. So this is causing strong protests against this. What is the real matter? That at the moment, I will show you the map, there are requests for authorization of new plants because of those incentives I was explaining before that are more than 10 times than the power that should be installed in Sardinia. So there is a sort of overbooking of terrains, and the same happens for wind power. Of course, you can see that Sardinia, more than Sicily, is the most vocated territory, especially the coastal area, for wind energy product, wind electricity. And this is the current installations present in the island that covers almost 1 gigawatt, as I was telling you before, that covers 60% of peak demand in Sardinia, of all electricity demand. So we have already a strong production, but it is not bringing benefits to Sardinia because, as you can see, many of the producers come from abroad and some others come from rest of Italy. Only one is located in Sardinia. And because of that decree I was mentioning before, there is an expectation of wind farms that is covering very strongly the territory. As you can see, this is a small area close to Alghero, which is a famous tourist destination in which our department is located. And you can see how many wind farms could be installed and affecting the landscape. But what I have to stress is that talking about renewable energy, some are completely forgotten. One is this, geothermal energy. You can see that Western Italy, in Tuscany especially, and Western Sardinia are vocated for geothermal production. I want just to stress one interesting experience which is currently being put on march in this part to the north of the island. This is just the geological map. Here we have hot water that is used for therapies, of course, but hot water comes to the surface with a temperature of more than 90 Celsius degrees, so it should be cooled to be used for human bodies, and the cooling could be used for energy production. So we have a geothermal potential in this area, and the community of these small towns, you can see, has presented a project in order to exploit this source, leaving, or better, keeping the therapeutic purpose, but also using it for energy. You can see here how it comes to the surface. Another kind of energy which is not exploited at the moment and that could be very interesting in Sardinia is this. wave energy. We share together with the southern coast of France, together with Balearic Islands, the strongest energy flux for waves in the Mediterranean basin. And there are measures that had been done along the western coast of Sardinia, you see, with the different height reached by the waves. And here you have, this is the same Alghero I was mentioning before. Here you have the height and the wave power that could be exploited, especially in this part of the coast. Here are the measures, but arriving to the end, I was mentioning the fact that there are requests for energy installations in Sardinia for more than 10 times the power we should produce. This is the map of the requests. You can see how many they are, more than 100 in this area, close to Alghero, how many they are around the island, and how of offshore wind farms could be installed, and this is generating a strong conflict. And here you can see also the different installation related to wind farms and solar farms. This has become a problem. This is generating a strong conflict against the government and against the private investors in all the islands. So a new regional law was proposed and approved, but the government is bringing it to a trial, to a court. Because the regional government says, okay, the transition, but no exploitation with speculation on the territory. Local communities should be able to decide about this installation. The priority should be given to the photovoltaic on top of the roofs. So this is contained in the law. And in already urbanized areas, especially industrial existing areas, the priority should be given to the renewable energy local communities or to local bottom-up projects, in the sense that the private investor could present the project, but it should be done sharing it with the local community. There is one experience ongoing that could be put on march. The wind farms, for landscape reasons, should be installed only in industrial areas or in regions in which they are already present. And a special stress is put on the life cycle of the plants and the restoration of the places. This is the content of the law. And there is a plan with areas which are not, in which new installations are not allowed, and the areas in which new installations are allowed. Together with this law, the two universities of the islands are preparing the new energy plan, which is also taking into account not only the fertility of terrains in which new plants cannot be installed at all, but also evaluating the biomass potential for gas production or energy production. This is the cycle of the new decisions that are always being put in a public debate in order to keep local communities being aware and deciding together. And the real future should be, under the point of view of the new regional law, more in a distributed, in a diffused production in local renewable energy communities, and less in big plants that should be installed, as I was telling you, in those areas that the plan should identify. This is the current situation in which you see hydrogen is not mentioned, but actually hydrogen is being put in production in Sardinia in some hydrogen farms, which should be located in the existing electricity plants or big industrial areas. and that could be used to feed either ships because of the industrial areas that are currently producing electricity via coke are located in ports. And at the same time, they could be feeding with hydrogen buses for the northern Sardinian area and local trains in some of the most important urban areas of the island. Thank you very much. All these researches, especially those related to accumulators and hydrogens, are researches financed with the Recovery Fund in an ecosystem of innovation, which is called EINS in Sardinia for Next Generation, funded by European Union and the Italian Ministry for Research and Education. Unfortunately, I have to leave you for the meeting, but if you have questions now at the moment, I can answer. And in the chat you can find my email address for later contacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kasu. It was a very interesting thing, and I know you are very busy there, so we let you off the hook, but I look forward to the future cooperation in many fields, not only the energy fields, and this connection is one of the good fruits already from our Unicoast cooperation. So thank you for taking the time, and we give you the opportunity to move to your other board meeting. And actually we have Pau online. So we will actually then change over to University of Baleares for the last presentation before lunch. He is also a professor working in the Unicoast context and also the vice rector for University of Baleares. Pau de Vilches, I hope you are with us. Yes, there you are. And you are welcome to start your talk and to give your view on how do you deal with these things in the Mallorca region. I think for us, it's easier to talk about Mallorca, Menorca, and Minorca, but Baleares is actually your headline. Pau, the floor is yours. The mic is not on. We can see you well, but we don't hear you.
Now, can you listen to me now?
Yes.
Yes, perfect then. So let me share my screen. Okay, sorry.
You use the arrow up thing in the middle of the.
Sorry, because I seem to have some issues sharing my screen, but it will be solved soon.
He actually pushed the wrong button, I think. He is back. Okay.
I'm back, and now I should be able to actually share everything. Okay, and that's the one I would like to share with you. So can you see it? Can you see my presentation now?
Deixa de compartir este comprimento la pantalla sincera? Is that what something is not, but we can run your presentation from here as well if you have some challenges now because you have sent it to us. So if that is easier, we can do it that way.
Okay, yeah, well, we can do that then.
Yeah. Okay, then we ask Michaela to put up the presentation just a second so it will be there. So you can talk to that and you just then ask for next slide or go back in.
Yes, perfect. Let's do that. So is it already on? The presentation?
So, do we have a challenge? There we can. There we have it. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
If you can put it in presentation mode, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Now it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I would like to talk a little bit about the Balearic situation in terms of the energy transition. And as you will see, it has some similarities with Sardinia, but also some very strong differences. But the first thing we should ask ourselves when we are dealing with the energy transition is why do we want to make the energy transition? Why do we want to transition from fossil fuels to renewables? Is it a question of energy security? Is it a question of not wanting to give huge amounts of money to countries that have autocratic leaders? Is it the question of price? Maybe now that renewables are much cheaper than all the other alternatives, of course, including nuclear. And all these three reasons are extremely valid and they push for an energy transition. But there's a fourth one, which to me is more important. This is a picture of the Amazon in 2003. Those are two boats actually in a dry part of the Amazon River in Brazil in 2003. This is the smoke of wildfires in Spain this summer in 2025, the biggest fires in 40 years. And this is Valencia just 1 year ago, day to day from today, with floods and extreme rainfall that caused more than 200 people dying as a consequence of the floods. And this can be summed up in one expression, which is climate change. And climate change to me is the main reason we should...
Just a short thing. Can you tell us which slide you want?
Yes, sorry.
I can follow your logic, but it's a little difficult to know where we are in the
because
slides.
you're not seeing the slides. I forgot to say change. So you can change the first slide, please.
Yeah.
And
we have a drilling tower there now on the slide, but is that too early or too late?
This is what I was saying. Why do the transition from fossil fuels to renewables? And then next slide, please. It is because of the energy security. Next slide. Is it because of not willing to pour money into autocratic regimes? Next slide. Is it because it's much cheaper to use renewables than any other source of energy today? And next slide. And you can just do 1, 2, 3. Those are the slides representing different impacts of climate change. So you can go to the next one, and then to the next one, and to the next one, and then to the next. So climate change is the main reason. But climate change is not only a huge problem, it's also a symptom. It's a symptom of our destructive relationship with nature, with the planet we live in. In 2009, the Resilience Center of Stockholm developed the framework of the planetary boundaries, which deal with the life-sustaining systems on Earth, the geological, biological systems that make life as we know it possible, and that gives us the opportunity as human beings to live as we have lived for the last 10,000 years. The problem is that there are 9 boundaries and we keep crossing them. So in 2009, when the first study was published, 3 of the boundaries were crossed: biodiversity, the biochemical flows of nitrogen, and climate change. Next slide, please. But in 2015, there were already 4 of these boundaries crossed, including now land system change related to land system use. Next slide, please. A few years later, in 2023, 6 planetary boundaries had already been crossed, including now also novel entities, which is a way of referring to plastic pollution, and to fresh water availability and change of use. And unfortunately, in 2025, next slide, please, we have already crossed a 7th planetary boundary, which is ocean acidification. So we really need to take into account that it is not only a problem of energy availability, of where do we allocate the resources, or whether we give money to authoritarian regimes, or. And it's not even only a problem of climate change. It's a much broader problem that is related to our model of production and consumption. And if we don't take this into account, we won't be giving an adequate answer, an adequate response, and we won't be allocating the resources to where it is needed to actually do the transition that we need. Next slide, please. So basically what we need to do is to halve our emissions by 2030. And as you can see in this graph, which is the most recent one published in terms of emissions gap, we are far away from this goal. And this has consequences. However, let's zoom in to the Balearics reality. Next slide, please. In 2019, there was the climate change bill that was passed by the regional parliament of Balearic Islands. And it had a very interesting perspective. It set clear goals, 35% of energy produced by renewables by 2030 and 100% by 2050, 23% of reduction in energy consumption by 2030 and 40% by 2050, which is extremely important because we do not need to produce through renewables all the energy that we are consuming today. It is also essential to reduce the energy that we are consuming, that we are demanding. And last but not least, a reduction in 40% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and of 90% by 2050. And it also included interesting sections on adaptations. Next slide, please. So what has happened in the last 6 years? Are we heading towards these goals? Are we on a good path to achieve them? Are we in a good path to actually comply with what is needed according to law and science? Next slide, please. Well, by 1990, which is the baseline year in terms of emissions, we were emitting approximately 6,000 kilotons of CO2 equivalent. And that means then, according to the law, by 2030, we should be emitting 3,600 kilotons. That means a reduction of 40%. So what has happened? Where are we now? Next slide, please. Now we find our place in a very uncomfortable situation because since 1990, we have, instead of reducing, augmented our emissions. We have increased them by 85%. And in 2023, which is the last available official data that we have, we are emitting 11,000 kilotons. So we are now emitting roughly between 3 and 4 times what we should be emitting by 2030. And this is a problem. This is a huge problem. So why are we here? Next slide, please. We are here because we need to address the elephant in the room, which is where do the emissions come from? And when we talk about energy transition, we always focus on renewable energy, which of course is extremely useful and it's necessary, but it helps to cover just one source of the problem, one part of the problem, which is the emissions that are related to energy and mainly to electricity production. So in the Balearic Islands, 25% now of our emissions come from energy and mostly electricity production, which is important, is a quarter of the emissions, and we should address them. Next slide, please. So what have we done in terms of this transition, in terms of transitioning away from fossil fuels in terms of electricity generation? Next slide, please. Next slide. This is what we were producing in terms of renewable energy in 2020, which is not very nice, 1.5%. And next slide, please. By 2024, we have at least multiplied by 10 what we were producing, not by 10, by between 8 and 10, what we were producing, and we were producing 11% average throughout the year. In the summertime, it's 30%, but on average, 11.5% of our electricity through renewables, which is an interesting increase, but it's not at all what is needed. And of course, it is the opposite problem that in Sardinia, where they are producing 10 times more than what they should. Now we're producing 10 times less of what we should. Next slide, please. So what has gone wrong in terms of electricity transition? Next slide, please. Well, for starters, there has been a lack of a strategic spatial planning. And therefore, there has been a concentration of renewable energy projects in the places where the land was cheapest. And unfortunately, these were places of agricultural land, places where food was grown. And so we have found a process of substitution of fertile agricultural land for solar installations, which, I mean, is better than having a cement plant. But anyway, it's a way of losing food sovereignty, which is also a problem because as an island, now we are forced to import between 80 and 90% of the food we consume, which is, of course, a problem and make us extremely vulnerable. Next slide, please. Another problem is that this drive towards renewables has been fostered by investors and by speculators. And next slide, please. There has been a lack of public involvement. And this has caused, next slide, please. This has caused social alarm because, as Alessandra was saying in Sardinia, we have had an increasing amount of the population that is, unfortunately, seeing renewables as the enemy of an ecological transition and not as an ally, not because of renewables themselves, but because of the way they're being developed. And next slide, please. A third problem, and this alarm has led to public opposition. And the fourth main problem in terms of energy transition regarding electricity is that instead of relying on a planning that allow us to produce the energy that we need, and we shouldn't forget that the climate change law of the Balearics states that 70% of the energy that we consume by 2050 should be generated in the Balearic Islands. Well, now the current government is betting everything on the connection, on the grid connection with the mainland. Actually, 70% of the reduction in emissions regarding energy production for the next 10 years are linked only to this connection with the continent, which is, of course, interesting in terms of reducing the energy-related emissions, but of course it increases a lot our dependency in terms of energy, and of course it means that we are not doing any meaningful work in the Balearic Islands and that we are relying on the energy mix of the Iberian Peninsula, which if it changes again to more coal or gas or nuclear, of course, it will have also an environmental impact that we will be a part of. So next slide, please. There are also interesting initiatives. Not everything is negative in terms of renewable deployment. And I would like to show you some instances, some interesting examples. Next slide, please. The first interesting thing is that the climate change law of the Balearic Islands created the Institut Balear de l'Energia, which is a private company but publicly owned, which has the mission to develop the energy transition. And this is because administrative regulations in Spain are extremely tight, and it's extremely slow to do anything in terms of actual work. And when you have 10 years to have your emissions by half, to divide your emissions by half, then it is important to have an organization, an institution that can push for it. Next slide, please. So the Institut Balear de l'Energia has developed very interesting initiatives. First, in terms of shared self-consumption, in Spain, in the last 5 years, we have had a regulation that allows particulars, companies, public institutions to share their production of energy with anyone that is within 500 meters radius of the production. This now has increased to 2 kilometers. And why the Institute in the Balearic Islands has done is to use its financial power to push for that. Let me explain you how. So they have contacted the municipalities, and the municipalities leave the roofs of the schools, of the town hall, of any public building that is in the municipality. And the Regional Institute of Energy pays for an installation of PV plants on top of those roofs. And then the production of renewable energy is shared with the municipality that has provided the roofs, but at the same time also with all the citizens and public and businesses, small businesses in the municipality. And this has been an enormous success. This has not only helped develop renewables, this has also helped to improve the perception of renewables as something that is not only a tool for increasing the income of foreign investors, but also that promotes the well-being of the municipality and of the citizens and small businesses. And this, next slide, please, has also allowed for a very strong public participation process, which is what we need. I mean, if we need to change the way we produce and consume, we need people on board. Next slide, please. So this initiative has been a success, and although in 2022, when it started, all the municipalities were extremely reluctant to be on board because it was something new, and I don't know how it is in Finland or in Sweden or in other countries in Europe, but here municipalities are extremely reluctant to do new things. But one municipality started, and it was such a success that now almost all municipalities in the Balearic Islands are on board and have such projects, which is also an extremely good thing. Next slide, please. Also, the Institute of Energy in the Balearics has developed new ways of developing renewables, for instance, in irrigation basins, which are necessary for agriculture. But if you put the renewable installations there, you're not consuming useful, fertile land, and at the same time, you're reducing the evaporation level of the irrigation basins. So this is also extremely interesting. Next slide, please. Last Friday, also, the Institute of the Energy of Balearic Islands made public a solar atlas that studies the real time, and it's not average. They have conducted a study taking into account everything, shadows, orientation, everything, to know exactly how many PV you can install in every roof of the Balearic Islands. And this is very good. This is something that is extremely necessary. I'm the chair of the Climate Change Committee of the Balearic Islands, which was created also through the Climate Change Law of 2019. And this is something that we are being asking for the last 3 to 4 years. If we are to plan the deployment of renewable energy, we need to know the potential of installing renewable energy in urban areas, because otherwise everything will go to rural land. And once we know the potential of urban areas, then we know how much we should produce in the rural land, and we can start a meaningful conversation. That is, well, the studies say that we can produce 22 to 25% of our energy needs in urban areas. That leaves 75% that needs to be produced elsewhere. If we are not happy to use rural land for producing energy, then the only answer is we need to reduce our energy demand. And this allows us to have a meaningful discussion about what is the energy consumption now. Do we really need the facilities and the type of energy consumption that we have, or are there consumptions that are not necessary? And this allows a meaningful discussion about what do we prioritize as a society. And this, at the same time, strengthens our democracy, which is also a very interesting end to pursue. So this is also a very useful tool. Next slide, please. And also another, no, the next one, please. Sorry, there was a glitch. Another interesting thing that we managed to do in the last 4 years is to conduct a climate assembly, which was extremely successful. I had the opportunity to be a part of the coordinating team, and it was amazing. And if you want to know more about climate assemblies, we can talk about it afterwards or at other moment, but I don't have the time to explain now. Very, very interesting initiative. Next slide, please. But as I said, this only covers 25%. And the elephant in the room is transport. Transport is 65% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And this comes, next slide, please, from all means of transport. Of course, from air transport, next slide, from road transport, and from maritime transport. And roughly is a third, and a third. So in terms of road transport, there is a lot of things that could be done, starting with reducing cars in cities and towns and promoting active mobility, walking, bikes, etc. And of course, public transportation in cities and between cities. And at the last level, promoting also the electric vehicle. But if what you're promoting is only the electric vehicle, the picture on the right top doesn't change, because you will have exactly the same traffic jams. So you will have less emissions, which is good, but you won't solve many other problems that are associated with private car model of transportation. The problem comes with the other two, with shipping, maritime transport, and with air transport. There are few alternatives today in terms of clean, efficient maritime and especially air transport. And if we really need to halve our emissions or reduce them 4 times in the Balearic Islands in the next 5 years, we need to reduce maritime transport and we need to reduce air transport. And again, this brings us to a meaningful discussion about what do we prioritize. I mean, for instance, our main imports in terms of shipping are fossil fuels. If we actually manage to do an energy transition in terms of electricity production, or if we manage to reduce the use of private cars and petrol transportation, we will reduce the need for shipping in fossil fuels. So as you see, this asks for strong political will to address problems, real problems and complex problems. So, what has the government decided to do about that? Well, next slide, please. The government has decided to it's not working the way I made it, but don't worry about it. Next slide. Okay. So what the government has, yeah, you can leave it, the prior one, please. Yes. No, the one with the cars only. The next one. Yes. Thanks. So the government is now in the process of developing the transition plan for climate change for the next 10 years, and it will be adopted in the following months. And what they have done is an accountability trick. They have said basically that since we as an island don't have the legal power to regulate shipping or the aviation industry, then we don't take these emissions into account. So, hop, 60% or, yeah, 66% of our transport related emissions disappear, and between 40 and 50% or the overall emissions of the Balearics disappear. And this is magic. And this makes us, wow, we're really going to achieve our goals as stated in the climate change law, which of course is a magic trick, but climate change doesn't understand of magic tricks, and it keeps growing and growing. So next slide, please. What we need is not magic tricks. What we need is political will to address the complexity of the problems, to know that they are not only technical problems, that they are economic, social, and environmental problems, and that we need to address them through the lenses of the planetary boundaries, because they are the life-sustaining systems in this planet. And if we don't take account of them, well, we won't have life-sustaining systems, and we all know what this means. Unfortunately, we live now in a time with apparently the majority of governments, regional and national, and at the European Union level too, I'm looking at you, European Commission, are lacking on political will and are backpedaling on many of the decisions that they took. This is not at all what we need. We need strong will. We need a will to introduce the local level, to introduce a democratic level, the participation of everyone, so that the responses actually respond to the real challenges and need. And this is everything. Thank you very much. Next slide. Moltes gràcies.
A big hand, Pau, for this very interesting thing. I think we could go on for quite some time to discuss in the future. Unfortunately, we are running a little over time and we need now to break for lunch. Thank you for taking the time and energy to share your values and your challenges. I think we got a totally new understanding on what is happening in the Mallorca, Menorca, Ibiza area today. Not all so good, but perhaps we also should feel a little responsible for sitting in one of those seats flying to your areas. On the other hand, I think great part of your funding for also everything comes from the tourism. So this discussion is similar on Åland, even though the difference in volume are enormous. I'm happy that you could be with us, and I hope we see you soon again, perhaps also in person here on Åland. And happy to work further on with you also in the Unicoast field. And I know you have a very busy schedule as yourself for the afternoon, so have a nice lunchtime and see you soon.
Thank you very much, and have a very nice workshop. Bye, everyone.
And for us, both here and on the stream. So I hope you enjoyed this and use now the opportunity also to talk to people out there and share your ideas. And Connie, I know this is a tough challenge, but after the lunch and after Helma has talked with the ferry example we get immediately after the lunch, would you, as the leader of Kraftnät on Åland, share some of your ideas you have got from this day? Is it something that we can apply here on Åland? So it's a little unfair to now put you this task, but can you a little think about it during lunchtime? And then we get also a local comment on this, because I guess there were pretty many different ideas popping up here, and something we perhaps could think of also here on Åland. Is that okay? Yeah. Lunchtime. Enjoy. Welcome back to the afternoon session in our thematic day on energy solutions in the coastal and maritime regions, where we have had quite a few examples already from different parts of the globe, especially from Europe, from Samsø in Denmark, from Balearic Islands, Mallorca in Spain, from Sardinia, Sassari, and many other regions, also Rügen outside Stralsund in Germany. And we will now look into some other features in other areas of our close neighborhood. And we will start with the Faroe Islands. And we have Helma Marie Trondheim with us, flew in from Faroe yesterday. Happy to have you here, and we are eager to see how you think you can solve your situation on Faroe Islands regarding renewables. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. Yeah, I work for the local utility company in the Faroe Islands, so the electrical power company. I'm also in a part-time position at the university, which I understand is an affiliated member of the associated member of the Unicoast. Yeah, no, we're not marked on the map, I see. First, a few facts about the company, because it's a bit different than from the rest of Europe, I would say. Because we still have monopoly on the grid, and we also have a de facto monopoly on the production. So we handle everything from the production of the power, or the majority of it, and we also have all the chains down to the consumer, and even have electric chargers for electric vehicles and such. We are 100% owned by the municipalities in the Faroe Islands, and we have an annually fixed price setting still. We are to there was a new law recently that requires us to switch into a variable price system, but it will be without a market. So we will basically just have to calculate what the production price and what the grid tariff should be at each point, and then sell the electricity for that price. And we have a vision to become 100% renewable by 2030. And yes, we are aware that that's close now. This vision was set in 2014, and of course everything should have gone faster than it has, but we are working towards that goal, and it's also a matter of what is a success and what is not. So maybe it will not be 100% by 2030, but close, hopefully. The picture here is when we received the Nordic Environmental Prize, and this was for our work towards a renewable electricity sector. Here you can see a map of the Faroe Islands, and yeah, we are located in the middle of between Iceland, Norway, and Scotland. And 18 islands, 7 different grids, and you can see here the production mix, and here it also says that last year we produced 74% of the total production, and it's based on hydro, wind, and a little bit of biogas, solar, and tidal. And then, of course, fossil fuels. We are electrically isolated. That's an important factor here. Oh, now it worked. Here you can see the historic electricity production dating back to 1954. And you can see that in the beginning we had only hydro, but as when the industry picked up and such, we installed thermal generation as well. We have a significant dip here, and that's due to a financial crisis where 10% of the population moved to Denmark. But you can see ever since that point in the early 90s, the demand has just increased, and the past few years by a lot, 10% average the last few years. So it's difficult to keep up with, not only to install the renewables, but also to cover the additional demand that appears. But we expect the demand to continue to increase, both when we look at the traditional demand, but also an electrification of both the heating and the transport sectors. We are blessed with renewable resources, and that means we have a lot of rain. This is a number from the capital, 1300 millimeters per year, but in some of the villages we have above 3000 millimeters per year. But it varies a lot depending on the topography and such. We also have a lot of wind. Yeah, maybe you can just switch. Yeah. We have an average wind speed of 10 meters per second in multiple locations. So that's quite a lot, even for most types of wind turbines, too much, because they cannot really handle being loaded that much all the time. On the other side, we don't have a lot of sun, 1000 sun hours per year. There was a study recently that said the Faroe Islands are the place in the world with the least amount of sun, so that's not good for the solar production. And then we also look into alternative solutions, which is, for example, tidal streams. They have a slide later about that as well. We have also done some initial studies on wave, but there are some more benefits with tidal energy compared to wave because, yeah, I'll get into it later. But wave energy is basically just appears a few hours after wind, while tidal energy has other benefits. If we take a look at the monthly resources available, you can see here that even though we don't have a lot of sun, it complements the wind and the precipitation really well. And therefore, if we utilize all three resources, then we can somehow, with a bit of storage, also reach 100% renewables. But we also, if we take tidal streams into consideration, we have a constant potential throughout the year. And that's one of the main benefits of tidal streams. But the technology is not that developed yet. We have a long track record with hydro. The electricity production started in 1921 with hydro. And today we have 6 hydropower plants. Yeah, in 4 different locations, because these 3 are all in the same village. But we have not expanded since the early 2000 or something like that because of public resistance towards hydro reservoirs and such. But we are currently refurbishing this power plant, and yeah, because this is the oldest one. If we then take a look at wind power, here you can see where we have the wind power plants placed. And we own 3 of them, and the 3 other wind farms are owned by private companies. Or rather, oil companies, which now tend to call them energy companies, because now they own a wind turbine or 2. And even have a green logo and everything. This is this wind farm right here, which is the newest that SEV owns, but these 2 are both newer than this one. But as I mentioned, we have a high potential for wind, and actually we have offshore efficiency onshore. But that also creates a few challenges. as I mentioned, the reason we look into photovoltaics is because we have it complements the wind and the hydro really well. And here you can see a graph which shows how many installations of PV there are in the Faroe Islands until April this year. So that should probably be updated, but it's increasing slowly. Tidal power, it is an immature technology, but it has the potential to become a baseload production. We have a development project with the Swedish company Menesto, which has developed this kite which flies in the bottom of the ocean, or is anchored to the bottom of the ocean, then flies around and produces power based on the tidal stream. If we take a look at the potential for tidal power, you can see here the map of the maximum tidal current speed. I don't know how familiar you are with tidal currents, but we are in the medium flow area, not in the high. And if we take a look at 3 different locations, so we have Vestmanasund here, which shows the potential in meters per second, and it goes to 0 every 6 hours when the tide switches direction. And if we then include Lorviksfjord and the third one, Skopenarfjord, then we almost have a 3-phase system, which means that we can basically have a baseload production all year round if we place these tidal turbines in a smart way. And that's the main reason why we are spending time on tidal, even though it's technology is still in development. And we have 3 of these kites installed. 2 of them are 100 kilowatts, and 1 is 1.2 megawatts. Of course, we need storage. We have a planned pump storage project between 2 existing reservoirs. But that's a big investment. So hopefully it will come. But yeah, there's still a decision to be made about that. This is basically what we need to do. Can you try and switch? And 1 more time or 2 more times, I think. Yeah. We make these roadmaps based on economic optimizations, and we update them quite frequently. Because one thing is to have a plan, but it's almost 100% sure that the plans will be changed. So that's just an example of the roadmap that we have at the moment. The final minutes I will spend on the island of Suðuroy, which is the southest island and has its own isolated system. And it has 4 types of production. It has the oldest hydropower plant since 1921. Then we have a thermal power plant, a solar plant installed on abandoned football field. And then we have wind power. So you can see here that the rated capacity of the wind power is 6.3 megawatts, and the average demand is only 4 megawatts. So this is a quite big wind farm compared to the demand. We have peak demand of 8 megawatts. It depends on a fish factory, one single fish factory. In order to integrate all of this wind into the system, we built a new station, which includes a synchronous condenser and a battery system to handle all of the stability challenges that arise with the high penetration of renewables. And here we have an example where this island, which is isolated, runs on 100% wind power with the battery and the synchronous condenser online. So you can see the blue is the frequency, and the red is the battery, and you can see how smooth the frequency becomes when the battery is online. So this is a quite good success story. And an important factor in this project as well is the utilization of the wind power. So prior to the installment of the battery, we only utilized around 30% of the wind power, but today we utilize above 70% of the wind power. Thank you.
Do we have questions for our representative for the Faroe Islands? Yes, Kim, we take the microphone.
Kim Westerlund. Hello.
I can hear you.
Check. Kim Westerlund from Högskolan på Åland. So what would you wish? It seems that you have many things in your hands.
Yeah. I would wish that there was an easy solution to storage. And that's not as expensive as the current solutions that are available, because basically the only solution is pump storage that is mature. But on the other hand, if tidal energy becomes off-the-shelf product, then we decrease the need for storage significantly, because we don't then we have a renewable production all year round. So I think the more exciting part would be if tidal becomes a viable player in the energy system. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Helma, for this. And Helma is also here the whole afternoon, and also one of those guest lecture presenters tomorrow, also in the morning. So please, students, take advantage of that to be present also tomorrow and learn more about and debate perhaps about tidal or whatever you like to talk to her. Thank you, Helma.
Thank you.
And I was so unfair, so I just asked a new partner to be part of the program just before lunch. So Connie, can you please come and share some of your ideas you might have had during this first half of the day? Connie is the CEO for Ålands Kraftnät. Is that correct?
Actually, it's Kraftnät Åland.
Kraftnät. I never learned. Because I think it's interesting also to see that what do we pick up? Of course, you as an expert in the field picks up perhaps something different from what I'm as a normal citizen. But this, if you have got some ideas that you think can be developed further in Åland, or are we ahead of something? Are we lacking behind? Or can we get inspiration from a day like this? Please, Connie.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. This is somewhat unprepared, but I'll try. I'm Conny Rosenberg, CEO at Kraftnät Åland. Kraftnät Åland is the TSO in Åland, and it's Åland is a small island, 30,000 people, and still has an own TSO, transmission system operator, and that is because we have self-governance and our own legislation in electricity. Thank you for organizing this day. It has been interesting to hear these different perspectives from different islands. I'm always interested in what other islands do when I live in an island. I can see there are many things we have in common. Same challenges, same questions we're working with. And I'll try to give my perspective on some of these questions with the energy transition. The public opinion, the public, what do they think, and what is their opinion about renewable energy, solar, wind? In Åland we have seen quite a lot of opposition to offshore wind. We have big plans for offshore wind in the Tsunami project, and there has been a lot of discussion and also in the parliament and government. So we'll see how that evolves. But I think that is a big challenge for the offshore wind project here in Åland. What will the public opinion be? as for solar, we haven't seen opposition. We have quite a lot of, compared to Faroe Islands, we have over 1,000 installations, and I haven't seen any opposition. And right now there are 2 larger solar farms being built, one 2 megawatt and one 4 megawatt, and actually there hasn't been any debate about that. So solar is working good here in Åland. Onshore wind has a long history. We started in '92 and in the '90s, and the newest, largest project have had some opposition from people living nearby, sound effects and so on, and also the lights, but it's not a very big problem. So we'll see. I think we have managed that quite well. As for future development, we see the investment conditions for power production is quite tough. The power market is very volatile. Prices are going up and down. It's very hard to foresee what will the power prices be in the long term. Also, the investment costs have increased. Transformers, cables, everything is more expensive now. Interest rates have gone up, so that is a challenge. Here in the Baltic Sea, one issue that we are focusing on a lot now is the security situation. We are dependent on cables in the Baltic Sea, and we have had accidents or incidents with Russian shadow fleet ships anchoring off cables in between Finland and Estonia, and a lot of telecommunication cables have been damaged. And as for Åland, we used to have our local isolated system in the beginning, and then we built cables to Sweden, then we built cables to Finland, and we thought, now we're done. We don't need the power production here. We have 2 fully redundant systems, but maybe that's not enough. We still need some way to manage the power system locally. So that is something we're focusing on right now. How can we, with new technology, batteries, local production, wind, solar, maybe also some diesel generators, run this system if both cables are damaged? I would say maybe we can do that in the summer now. Absolutely not in the winter. But in a few years, I hope we'll be in a better situation. We today have around 70% renewable energy production over the year of the yearly consumption, which is quite high. But that is because we have the cables. We can import and we can export. When we have surplus, we don't have to waste it or curtail it. We can export it to Sweden or Finland. And when we don't have production, we can import. So the cables, compared to Faroe Islands, we have a completely different situation. What more? I can agree with Camilla, what she said in the beginning. We know what we have to do. It will take more time. It will cost more money, but we need to get rid of the fossil fuels for many reasons. We are importing them from autocratic countries. We are paying a lot of money for the fuel we are importing, and we also have the climate aspect. We need to decrease the CO2 footprint from the power production, and renewable production is the way to go forward. And that was that for me.
That was pretty fun, having 20 minutes to prepare.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for Connie, since we are here now? Please, we have. I take this first question.
Thank you so much. And the question would be, because you mentioned it, would you be able, have you tried that, or would you be able to start from white black startup of the grid here on the islands? I mean, have a diesel generator here and there, because that's not trivial, right? To start your own grid and then to keep it stable. Are you planning on doing this or not, or yes? And because there's costs involved with that. And then the question is, how much are the people willing to pay for this security issue? Because I mean, the cables are not broken. There's only a risk of them being broken or not. And how much is this risk, and how much do we pay for mitigating this possible risk? Because this starting up a grid is, yeah, a bigger problem.
Yeah, we have different scenarios. We can black start the grid with the HVDC cable from Finland, which is normally passive as backup. So when we have an outage, we wait 3 seconds and then we black start the HVDC, but that is still from a cable. If that is not available, we have gas turbines, and we cannot black start the whole grid. We must build it up in small steps, so that will take a very long time, hours before. And in the winter, we cannot provide enough power to the whole load. So, but I am positive with the development of new technology. Batteries will be a great help if we get big batteries, which are in the plans now from private investors. And we are trying with market mechanisms to help them get investment conditions to add this functionality to the power grid here in Åland.
Okay. Other questions, comments? If not now, then I hope you stay with us still for a while, and then we can see later on. And Connie, also for our students, for example, I think if you need to understand more about what is happening here, I think you are always available to be contacted and to discuss further on these issues. Thank you very much. As a part of the last year's development here in this small university, we have put quite a lot of energy into the energy sector. So we have built a lot of new laboratories, and we have also built up the infrastructure for our students to be able to dwell on how this could be executed, so they can see. And now our senior lecturer Florian Haug will tell a little about this, which is also linked to the fact that we also have started our first master's program in this university on the topic of renewable energy. So Florian is guiding us a little into what is happening here in this university regarding renewable energies. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I'm very pleased to tell you a little bit about what steps are we doing here on Åland University of Applied Sciences, just to educate future generations of sustainable engineers, and what kind of possibilities we have also for in practice tests with our laboratories and our new labs. So for first time we have started our master's program by our own, which is called Energy Automation Sustainable Engineering. Quite a complicated name. So we are calling it for EASE, quite easier. And I would show you a little bit about the structure of this program and about the labs we are using in educational, in the curriculum. So, yes, thank you. So why do we need a EASE program? Why now? So I think we heard a lot about this this morning, about renewable integration, about the complexity, both on the technological side, but also in general. So it's very complex systems. And I think Robert mentioned it, it's also more and more data and computational intensive, meaning we have a lot of sensor data to deal with, and that increases the need for engineering, for automation, for data analytics, and we try to combine these different fields and make it to educate our engineers for have an efficient and sustainable energy grid in the future. So the next one. Our master's program is a little bit special in that sense that it's only a 1-year master, 60 European credits, which means it's a 1-year full-time program in English, so open for all students from all over the world. Since it's only 1 year, so one of the entrance criteria is to have at least 2 years relevant experience from the industry, from other fields. Most of the lectures are online, so you can in principle be situated wherever you want. But then we have some weeks here on campus where we are doing laboratories. Today, our students are here. Some of them you can maybe, yes. Just to have also this experience, learning together, doing labs together. And these 3 fields, engineering, energy, sustainability, and automation, we try to combine to one program. Very short, what's the content of the courses? So probably won't tell you that much, but we have courses in renewable energy systems, in data acquisition and analytics, then also the future, more and more digitalization, digital twins. We are teaching about changing energy systems, about new challenges in the grids, more about digital twins and automation. And then also the maintenance sector is changing very rapidly. More machine learning, more AI is used for maintenance, so that we also try to cover. And that's about half of the year, and the other half is for the master's thesis. Theory is important, it's very good, but you need also the practical skills, and that we try to involve and to include through our new laboratories, which we started up this year. So we had already a very good base, very good ground to stay on, but now we completed it with renewable energy. So we have rooftop PV with multiple inverters. We have a battery system. We have 2 diesel generators for the base generation, and we have different kind of loads we can add and remove, and we have also quite elaborated monitoring and measuring system for that data collection and working with data. I think that's it's not. I will not go into it, but one important step is we can have it grid connected. So all our laboratory is part of the Åland or of the Nordic grid. We can do some kind of experiments, but we can also do it in isolated operation, meaning that we decouple our laboratory from the grid, and we can do a lot of experiments which would not be possible when connected to the grid. Okay. Some examples, so for different programs, for bachelor studies, for master students, we can work with our heat pumps, like doing different calculations and different scenarios, how to use heat pumps, how to optimize them. We can learn about photovoltaic efficiency and different strategies, how to use it and how to couple it to the other parts of the laboratory. But we can also do, which is very, very future and very data intensive, like power quality tests, measurements, experiments, and also how to balance the grid. Just some examples. So as we have more and more renewable energy in our grid, so we get some kind of disturbances in this sine wave, which is the voltage. So it's due to the inverters, and we really can analyze where do these disturbances come from, how can they be observed, how can they be measured, and what's the cause, and how can we deal with it, for example. Another one. would be this kind of frequency stability. So if, for example, we have a big load added, so that will change the frequency, and if we have a lot of renewables, we don't have that much stability, that much inertia in our grid, and somehow we have to deal with that. And that's the question, how can we do it with renewables? And here we have some tests which we did to see that's the frequency on the y-axis, and it should be 50 hertz, and if we add a load it's going down, and since the inverter is trying to put it up again to lift it up just for balancing and stabilizing the grid. So the idea is to have it in many levels, not only for our master students, but to use it also for vocational training, for our bachelor students, for our masters, and in the future even for research and PhD studies. And last but not least, I think it's very good laboratory also to show the Åland situation and the needs for Åland, because many of the features we have in the Åland grid we can in principle also create in our laboratory. So in future, more renewable assets. For example, we don't have any sector coupling in the way we would like to have. We would also have more remote access and virtual learning, so just to have access to our labs even from remotely. And of course, we are interested always in more collaboration with other universities, within the Unicoast, within Nordic operators within the industry and so on. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For those of you that are not familiar with this, then talk to Florian if you want to see the facilities and these kind of things,
Yes.
because I think it's brand new, and it's I think have started to work very very well, all these new laboratory
Exactly.
areas. Okay, thank you, Florian. And then we will have a look into Bornholm, Saaremaa, and Gotland in this order. And the first speaker, which will get the microphone now, is Jens Christian Pihl from Bornholm's regions community. And then we see, good to have you here.
Thank you.
This is also an example of the mixture that we have also for this day managed to get different already existing networks, not only the Unicoast, but you also work together here, and you have other meetings as well on this island today. So we start with Bornholm,
Yeah.
and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to share our story from Bornholm. And this is Bornholm, as you see here. It's a small island, but in many ways it mirrors the European energy transition right now, because it's both complex and it's ambitious. It's very ambitious, actually, and I'll tell you in a little bit. And it's very locally rooted as well. So I'll try to tell you how this small community has become actually the real-life test bed of the European transition. This sounds big, I know, but it is actually. This is mine. Yeah, Bornholm sits in between Sweden and Poland and Germany and a little bit of Denmark as well. But actually, we are kind of an outskirts. We have 39,000 inhabitants. We have a very strong, as islands do, very strong identity. And we also have a tradition to solve our problems by ourselves. Connectivity is also a key for us, as it is here on Åland and in Gotland and Saaremaa, who we work together with. And as I said, this is an outskirt, but it's also become a connector between the countries, and that is the frame for what I will say today. What we look into at Bornholm is not a local initiative, it's a national initiative taken by the Danish government in 2020. And Bornholm will become, we hope, the first large-scale energy island, and will be, if it's realized, it will be a new model for offshore wind integration. Originally, there was two energy islands, one in the North Sea and one in the Baltics near Bornholm. But the one in the North Sea was, let's say, postponed, I think the word was, but the real thing was it was way too expensive to put a project together. So now we are rooting for the Bornholm Energy Island, which will connect up to 3 gigawatts of offshore wind for 3 million households, and it will link Germany and Denmark together in a common bidding zone. The way that they are going to do it, I'm not a technician, so I'll not go into details, but it's via these things called hybrid interconnectors. And they're not just important for Bornholm and for Denmark and Germany, but they're actually important to be able to when they're going to do the same with the North Sea. They need the hybrid interconnectors to make it possible. Now they are trying to develop it on Bornholm and with a facility onshore that they can monitor, so that when the companies, when they get to the North Sea, can establish it via these hybrid interconnectors on the sea instead. When I say we are rooting for it, it's because right now it's a negotiation between the German and the Danish government, and as always, it's a question of who is going to pay for this. The plan is that 2 of the gigawatts is going to Germany, and 1 gigawatt is going to Denmark. There's also a possibility for overplanting with 0.8 gigawatts, of course. So 800 megawatts of overplanting is a possibility, but that depends on the local consumer. If there's a great consumer that can take off these megawatts, then they will probably do it, but if not, we'll have to settle for the 3 gigawatts. This is not just about cables and turbines. This is also a local community, of course, and it's a little bit different from what we've heard today. Actually, it's not from bottom up like on Samsø, or it's not a local or regional question. It's a national project that landed on Bornholm, and it's a new world for us. It's a new world view, also for a small municipality, and it requires a new mindset for us as well. Yeah, we've been an outskirt for some time, and suddenly we're in the center, and that's not common for us, even though we started the green transition a long time ago. Now I've written here it's from 2008, but we actually started building wind turbines already in the 80s. And today we're actually close to 100% renewable energy due to expansive build out of onshore wind, but also biomass and solar. And we have a close cooperation with the Danish Technical University. If you are interested to see how the energy system on Bornholm works in this second, you can go to a homepage called bornholm.powerlab.dk, and you can actually see how much the wind turbines and the biomass produces all year round, and it's updated live all the time. And then we have a cable to Sweden where you can also watch the influx and the outflux of energy, because that's the last part of our infrastructure. It's the cable to Sweden, which are in security measures quite vulnerable and has been cut quite some times, often by drunken captains on ships. And that's why we build this redundancy in our system with a incineration facility that can burn, as the utility company says, they can burn anything in this to produce some energy for us. Recently, we also installed a battery that can run the island for, I think it's 4 hours. So it's Denmark's largest battery. So we are trying different approaches to redundancy. Yeah, I haven't got eye on the time, but I know you have, Uffe. Yeah. What we aim for is clear. It's CO2 neutral by 2025 and climate positive by 2035. As Johannes from Rügen mentioned before, this is all very nice. It's not. We are not there yet. So this is not the LinkedIn post where I propose that we are. But these goals are politically backed and publicly supported. And then that's maybe a message from me today, that this has been ongoing, rewriting the aims, but that the foundation that the green transition is necessary has been there all the time. So what we learn is that the world is moving around us. This strategy is from 2020, and there's been a lot of development since then, both in energy prices and wars and so on. We've done some things. We've tried to phase out oil and gas and have come quite a long way, supporting changing heating from oil to district heating. And we are almost there. I think there are some farmers who still have oil for heating, but it's very few. We have introduced a lot of electrical buses on Bornholm as well. We have changed our vehicle fleet in the municipality from gas to electricity. And we're trying to develop these storage solutions to balance the consumption and production. The plan was also to build a 100 megawatt local offshore wind farm. And that was actually a project that was pretty far with finance from citizens and companies on Bornholm. But our government found out that it was not legal, according to European law, to give away the seabed to projects. It had to come with a price, so they said no to building this offshore wind farm, and also closed a lot of these open door projects that were also planned around Bornholm. So that's another way that the world has moved from what we would like to do. But the Energy Island project gives us a new way to make the transition, and also a new way to harvest some benefits. Because in the Bornholm Eye, it's not just about the energy, but it's also about innovation and local growth. So that's a coupling that we have done recently. A little discourse. We have also looked into how waste is handled on Bornholm, and have a vision that in 2032 there will be no waste as we know it today on Bornholm. It will all be reused in one way or the other to composting or making new energy. So this also has connections to that the incineration facility would be phased out in 2032, so we had to find another solution. But this is also a part of the electrification of district heating. Yeah, I think I'll move along. Waste, a little side remark. Waste have always been central for Bornholm in the way that we are an island and we have to deal with our waste ourselves. So it's been a long way to get where we are now, and we, for instance, we educate every child on Bornholm in recycling, and they visit our facilities to learn about waste management and our vision to be waste free in 32. As I mentioned, this was a national project with the Energy Island. This also meant that some of these other goals we had, every municipality in Bornholm is obliged to make a climate plan that also covers these areas, green mobility, nature and agriculture, and climate adaptation. And our municipal board, with its limited resources, chose to focus their efforts on the Energy Island and making the most of it, and then turn down the ambitions for the rest of the climate actions. So the history we have had until 2020 more or less paused when the Energy Island was introduced. And then, but listening to the other presenters today, I would say that it's something that we have to pick up on again, because we are not in front anymore. I can hear that. But it's also a tale of the strategic political focus that the Energy Island will be linked, and our efforts will be linked to growth, because it's a huge problem on Bornholm that we have a demography that says that in the next 10 years we will have huge financial problems funding our welfare state or our welfare society. So therefore, the politicians agreed on this. I should say they agreed, even though it was a narrow majority, they agreed on this recent strategy called Power to Growth. And it's an integrated development strategy which combines the green transition with local jobs, innovation, and education. So we try to engage all parties on Bornholm and all institutions on Bornholm to take part in getting the most out of the Energy Island. So this is also a new way that the green transition is more integrated into business development. Yes, I'm almost done. Because there's no rose without a thorn. And we also have challenges. It's not as easy as it may seem that the national government places a facility nearby, and you get, or you possibly get, a direct line into this facility. That's something we're working on, but we're not sure about it yet. But even though it's still a NIMBY effect, the NIMBY effect doesn't concern the national projects, but all the local projects instead. So the opposition that is regarding the national projects seems to flow out in local projects, and that's what we're feeling right now. So it's difficult, and with an election coming up, it's difficult to discuss even. And it's also difficult choices for the politicians with not enough funds and putting money in the future like this. Yeah, So that's maybe the last comment, that aiming can be difficult.
Thank you very much for this, Jens Christian.
Thank you.
I think we have now also our Estonian friend online, so I think we take both Saaremaa and Gotland examples, and then we have some questions and comments after that. Is that okay? Okay. Can we then get Sulev Alajo, Estonian Island Energy Agency? I think we have him online now. I guess even from a meeting somewhere in Poland. So we're actually covering all the Baltic countries more or less in one way or another. Sulev, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, actually, and without further introduction, I give the floor to you, and please guide us how you think in Estonia.
Just trying to share my camera.
Yeah, we can see you. If you have problems sharing your files, we can also... Okay, now I think it's coming up. Now we see something else. You need to activate the file so it's active, and then you click on the file that you want to share. Yeah. But we can do it the way, so you ask for the next slide so we can share it from here. Now
Is it
we
now
are
better?
running. Yes, put it in presentation mode and then please run. Or we can deal with it as this is now as well. It's not a huge problem. We see the messages on your slides.
Okay, I'm sorry for these technical challenges.
Yeah, no problem. Please.
So I'm continuing with the wider overview. First about our country, following what Christian just mentioned. And having had a good meeting last week in Berlin together with Bornholm representation, talking about what we can do together over the whole Baltic Sea, following the good Bornholm energy island example. I'm having still difficulties to move to the next slide here.
And please, now we have it, so you just ask for the next slide, and when we do it that way.
Okay, yeah, next slide, please, yes. So Estonian past was connected with the energy production based on a very rare mineral oil shale, and the whole energy production in Estonia was carried out from the northeast. And now this oil shale production anymore cannot reach out to the market because of the CO2 price engaged into this. And our country is moving towards renewable production of energy, reaching out to 63% of its electricity production. It used to be the aim for the current national government to achieve 100% by 2030, but seeing that this might be not realistic, then our government recently a bit changed that plan, but it remains in our targets. For our archipelago, it is very important that that now the main focus for the renewable generation has come to the other side of the country, which means on our archipelago on the west coast. Next slide, please. Ukrainian war has caused rapid changes for us. By 22 May, meaning only 3 months after the Russian full invasion to Ukraine, we have cut all electricity consumption from the Russia, and only a few months later, all the gas utilization from Russia was as well cut, which unfortunately is not the case still in Central Europe and even in northern part of Italy. You can click, there are other information coming up on. So you see down here on the photo the LNG terminal, which was built to the port of Paldiski in 5 months' time, just to be able to receive gas supply for our consumption. But now we cooperate with that together with Finland. The gas pipeline is in operation between our two countries, as Finnish consumption exceeds Estonian one 5 times. So our terminal just stays as a reserve one. Yes, please go ahead. If you could push on that button, you can see the video about how the synchronization with Europe took place.
Please activate the connection.
So can you move further on, please? Yes, this was the way we synchronized to Europe, to continental Europe through Poland on February 8th. It was a very remarkable date for us. Before synchronizing, we all three Baltic countries, we worked as an energy island after desynchronizing from the Russian grid. And now this map shows you by our Ministry of Defense which areas in Estonia, shown with dark green, are restricted for installing wind farms. This is our eastern border area and few places on the islands where we have radar operations. So this is also, you see the coastline close to our capital Tallinn. This is as well restricted. So that now we have given through this map a clear signal where to go ahead with wind energy investments. But as Christian told regarding Bornholm, so we also face NIMBY effect by local people and some municipalities based on what is their political perspective. Next, please. And you can click again. You see this is the story about. Please click again. Then
Finland has seized an oil tanker.
I don't know whether you have sound available there, but
Finland
this
has
is an
seized an
interview
oil
from
tanker,
Finnish
the
TV
Eagle S.
about capturing the Russian Shadow Fleet vessel, which 2 months before we planned to desynchronize from Russian grid, which broke the Estonian-Finnish interconnection called Estlink 2 by 650 megawatts. And this was a clear signal that this attempt wanted to warn us for the planned desynchronization of the Russian grid. So these examples just show us how vulnerable our infrastructure might be and what we need to be prepared for according to the very aggressive behavior of our eastern neighbor, where Estonia and Finland are the countries in NATO and EU, which eastern border is for the full scale with Russia. We can carry on from here. Yeah, please, next slide. This is the picture of the energy transition to and from Estonia after Estlink 2 was broken by Russian Shadow Fleet. So the Estlink 1 with the 350 megawatt was fully supplying the electricity to us. We sent some electricity further to our southern neighbor Latvia, and all the remaining was just zero. And you can see from the left what was the balance of energy trade. Next slide, please. And this shows at the same time what was the impact to electricity prices. So it is very remarkable the difference of electricity you see in a northern electricity zone of Sweden and in Finland compared to Baltic countries. But as we cooperate now within Baltic Energy Islands Connect network, so it shows the potential of connecting ourselves much better to also improve the situation in the southern part of Sweden. When you see the prices there, it is almost the same prices as we have in Baltics. And then we can move on here to the topics where we discuss now together in our network how we can influence our governments and TSOs to make sure that our countries will not be so vulnerable, will not be left alone, and will have better chances when wind is not blowing on one coast and is generating well on the other coast. How can we share these excess electricity amounts? Currently, Estonian TSO called Elering has started special plannings for Estlink 3, a third cable connecting Finland, Estonia, and the fourth interconnection with our southern neighbor of Latvia, which is important for us because it is planned over our biggest island of Saaremaa. Next slide, please. This is one of the projections of future grid reinforcement, which is very nice to bring in this conference here. As you can see that from Bake 4 islands with this kind of connections, 3 of us would be in the future connected. Next slide, please. Together with Gotland, we have recently discussed about how to go forward with already a few years ago initiated the LASCO project connecting Latvia with Sweden over island of Gotland. And now, as I showed you, that there is an planning ongoing to go from Estonia over Saaremaa to the northwestern point of Latvia, where they have city of Ventspils. Then it basically means that we are planning another only second interconnection from west to east over the Baltic Sea, from Sweden over the corner of Latvia, over Estonia towards Finland. So then I think in our geopolitical situation, this is of crucial importance to better connect our countries, to increase the energy security, and last but not least, provide very good options to bring more renewable energy in the form of offshore wind farms. Currently, around our islands on the west coast of Latvia and around Gotland, there are no chances to connect planned offshore wind farm capacities to the grid, as the existing grid is missing or very weak. And as a result of last week's meeting, together with the Latvian TSO and by the agreement between Saaremaa and Gotland, we have initiated a new impact study, which will help to convince also Swedish government and Swedish TSO about the benefits for the Swedish side for pricing zones in the south. And of course, it should please Gotland, which has also very important military strategic location. Next slide, please. When we have reached to excessing amounts of energy production, then if you click further on, you see that there is one pipeline for hydrogen on the feasibility study on the seabed of the Baltic Sea. And when you make another next click, then you see that there is Baltic hydrogen pipeline as a strategic backbone of highest interest by the EU approved also feasibility study going on. With the next click, you see that another click that there is an interest on behalf of Saaremaa to connect these pipes over our island, so that whatever crisis might happen on the border between Poland and Lithuania, then we have the reserve route for the hydrogen coming down from Finland to Estonia to be connected to the sea-based hydrogen pipe. And this project opportunities for all of our islands to see how Power-to-X projects might be possible in our areas. Next, please. This map is showing the potential for offshore wind farms. As in the beginning I mentioned, the main areas are west and south of Saaremaa Island. Currently in the pipeline covered by applications is with 30 terawatt hours of electricity. Just to let you know that in 2024, whole Estonian consumption was a bit less than 9 terawatt hours. So definitely the question is justified, how we can still utilize the investors' interest to go for bigger amounts compared to just Estonian consumption. Next slide, please. So our value propositions are related to see the opportunities to attract data centers. They need cooling water, and on islands we have good chances to provide this. Please click ahead. Then data centers create the perfect chance to see what we can do with the excess heat generated by these server parks, whether feeding this heat into the district heating systems or launching big greenhouse projects. We also can use the produced renewable electricity for generating local resources-based food generation. And I think for islands of Åland, Bornholm and Saaremaa, ammonia production would be reasonable to consider in the future, as maybe Gotland, being biggest among us, can also consider methanol production. Please, can go ahead here and next slide, please. One of the projects on the marine transportation decarbonizing side, we're working with a small island next to our mainland, where currently the ferry in the bottom right is making this blue color circle due to the very shallow waters on the direct green route. And we have been now working with a Swedish company, Candela, launching hydrofoiling passenger-only electric vessel, which would shorten that route from 65 minutes down to 18 minutes. This is a huge change in the whole transportation model we are also introducing to Estonian national government, because it requires that they accept that one car carrying ferry-based model will be replaced by having two ferries operating the same route. But as Candela's P12 model decreases the energy consumption by 90% compared to the existing ferry, that also means for our national government what they need to do is see the opportunities to cut the expenditure side of the budget. So this is definitely happening if we can implement this. And our small island people are very much looking forward, because they are not extremely happy about summertime German tourists coming over to the island with their campers loaded full by cheap Polish sausage, and not consuming specifically a lot on the island, including accommodation. Next slide, please, and then I'm getting to the end. So currently on Saaremaa we have a biomethane plant under construction. That is a very good sign of the cooperation strength of all farmers on the island, which have agreed to deliver their resources. There is a potential to supply the biomethane as a fuel for a ferry connecting Hiiumaa and Saaremaa. There is an agreement that the heat produced by biogas from heat and power system will be supplied to a city of Kuressaare, replacing boilers in the summertime for supplying hot water. And we are continuing to working on direction to valorize the digestate with biochar for improving the soil health, and also to utilize all the CO2 which is extracted from biogas when it's cleaned to biomethane to be used in advanced carbon materials. So this is a good example of the recycled projects on islands, where all the resources are taken from the island, and then instead of just delivering the end products out, the utilization is also local. So the next slide ends my presentation, showing our agency's electric bikes, very popular at Christmas time for local people, and the man pedaling on the bike right to us is Mayor of Saaremaa, Mikk Tuisk. So I'm once again sorry for technical challenges in the beginning, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sulev. And it was bringing us in pretty much more into the security issues that we are all aware of. But I think you managed to do it in a very understandable way, that this is really crucial also, not only for Estonia, but I think especially also for Estonia and also for Finland, of course, having a long common border with our eastern neighbor. Before heading towards the coffee break, we still need Gotland. Lars Thompson? And there was some already greetings from the Estonian partner towards Gotland. So, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. It's always a challenge to be behind Sulev. He's so interesting, but he always speaks too long. So, but he's a very good friend of us. We broaden the view of Gotland a little bit. We actually live in a new world. We all realize that, and the old truth is that the one that owns Gotland owns the Baltic Sea, and that's more true than ever. Just that affects our way of thinking anyway-wise nowadays. Do I steer this myself? Might work. There we go. Short introduction, Gotland. 61,000 inhabitants and using a lot of agriculture and visiting. That's our base industries. And we are growing in population. We have been growing along with Åland. That's the only islands in the Baltic Sea that are growing in population. And we are really proud of that, and I explain why. So, yeah, we'll see. There we go. First, I start to the broader view. We have been, as islanders, we are very engaged in environmental issues, have been that for many, many years. So I start from the 2000 year. We were the first one build out wind power on Gotland already in 1983. And we have today local production of electricity around 50%, mainly from wind and some from sun. And we started early with water treatment system, waste water ponds, a special Gotlandic way to do it. So we have around 10 of these shallow ponds that the sun takes away all the bad stuff, and then we store the water for 6 months, and then we irrigate on the farmland around. Works very well. And we worked early with biogas strategy. We heard about that before. We said 2008, I was written this myself, and at that time we said we go a step beyond the market, before the market, and the municipality would go before, and we should change to biogas, all our own fuels, and the one that we have a tender on, and then we try to do it on the private market. And the first 2 steps are really done. There's already there, but it has been a really big disappointment on the private sector and the market. If people are conservative in general, that's nothing what you talk about changing cars. They are really, we have changed 10% of our cars to climate change good cars now, and 90% is still fossil driven. It's really ridiculous. And we have worked a lot with the region's premises, so we'll cut a lot of energy there, as you can see, and this had a good effect the first 10 years. Now it levels out more or less, but it's getting a little bit lower, both on the energy side, on the heat side, especially electric side a little bit. And this is quite important. We were very early on the broadband, and that is actually a big energy issue as well, because that means you can live and work remote. If you see on the map, that is how Gotlandish people live. We live around 40% in Visby, the rest is spread out all over. Because that's the Gotlandish way to do it, and we like to do it that way. But that's that meant we put a strategy for broadband 2009, and 2016 we were ready. So everyone was offered broadband capacity, and today we have 85% coverage 1,000 megabytes transmission capacity. That means we are the best or the second best in Sweden, and actually that means the second best in the world. And this is crucial for working on be part of Gotland and the energy side. We have also worked a lot with the district heating, and we have been using biofuels for many times, long times, and we are 100% renewable since a few years. 10 major district heating and 10 local small heating systems. And we have biofuels enough, chopped wood mainly, for being self-sufficient on Gotland. That's a good resource for us in totally. Now we're coming to these new days. The Energy Island was started 1.5 years ago, and I was employed. This was a situation at that time. At that time, there were plans of 17 big offshore wind parks. And you could see the amounts there, 30 gigawatt, 120 terawatt hours. That's just about the same level as Sweden, the whole Sweden use. We have using 135 terawatts hour, and that has been steady, as we already heard. And Gotland is using 1 terawatt hour today, and in the future we will use 3 to 5 terawatt hours. Had a unfortunate or stupid or whatever word you want to use to it, government decision in November last year stopped everything. See the marks there, but that meant the offshore industry left Sweden. So everyone has quitted and left Sweden. That was really one of the worst decisions that's made by Swedish government. Due to that, we still have we're doing a lot of other things coming up. This was not permanent stopped. I always say it's temporary stopped. I'm coming back to that. Right now, Heidelberg Materials invest up to 10 billion Swedish crowns. That's the biggest investment ever. And this is very crucial because this produce 75% of the Swedish concrete, and this is the main resource, and we have another one, small one. So this is really necessary to do, and this is 4% of the total emission in Sweden, just in Slite. So this really has to be done, and it will be done. And it will be started 2032 or around 30, and there was need 1.5 terawatt extra electricity compared with today. Another front runner is the ferry company, Gotlandsbolaget, or Destination Gotland as it's called. Right now they're investing in biogas, and they're buying 2 different places, one on Gotland and one on the mainland. And they have ordered this Horizon X catamaran, as you see in the bottom there. That will be in traffic 2029, and that's a multi-fuel power line. And in the long run, and I say 5, 6, 7, 8 years, they want to have hydrogen. Electric solutions are not doesn't work. It's too far away. We have too long transportation. That means we need another terawatt extra, and to do that to hydrogen and combine hydrogen and biogas. And when we do that, a new hydrogen plant around Visby probably, then we really have a lot of good effects around it, because then we have the reserve craft and we have the resilience in the system, and we will have a lot of hydrogen hub and power to X abilities around that system. So that is happening. Same time, the links for the mainland is really necessary for all islands, and we have 2 old links from 87 and 83, but we are getting 2 new ones in 2030. So totally we will have 760 megawatts capacity. And that's enough for for Gotland, I would say, more or less. That's not enough to solve the whole issue for the Baltic Sea, as I showed before, because that's not for Gotland, that's for the southern Sweden and for the northern Europe, actually. And then same time, we renew the electric grid on Gotland same time. So that is happening, and the decision is taken, all of it. What I'm working today, totally, my 80% of my time is that we need to solve the coexistence with the military defense system. And this is my argument. You can see that. I haven't shown the government this one yet. But we actually know that we have to solve the coexistence issue on Gotland, because we have a lot of defense, around 500 persons today, and will be up to 1,000 in 5 years. And they have a lot of energy need themselves, and everyone agrees that we can't be depending on cables to the mainland, because that's the first thing that will be cut off the first week during wartime. And believe me, we will get close to wartime before Russia bends down. And same time, we have cement production. That's the only one in Sweden. We needed that. And we have to cut the climate emissions of coal, and Heidelberg is one part of the value chain for the whole fossil-free line, so that really has to be in there. And the ferry line is state pursued, and that's 1/3 of all the Swedish marine emissions, so that always has to be fixed. So we have to solve this coexistence, and that's why I know we will do it. And we actually have no other alternative, and we need the energy as well, because all realistic people realize that we can't build nuclear. That's too expensive, it's too far ahead. To create this movement, we have created GEIST, that means wind in Gotlandish, and that is high-level collaboration forum, and the aim is to accelerate the transition. And this has just started 1.5 years ago, and it works good, and then we could put the fingers on on armed forces and so on, that administration board that shape up. This is not good enough. Works pretty good. Few more shots what we are doing. We had put in this strategy for biogas, and they have a company is called Biogas Scotland, is private owned. They have invested enormous amount of money just due to that strategy, and they are producing today 45 gigawatt hours, and they're selling to both the vehicle side but also the slaughterhouse and the dairy house. And they right now had a new permission for 30 gigawatt hours, one more plant in the southern Sweden. And they're planning for a liquefaction plant. So this is up running, and their developing here is excellent. I think we are quite happy where that have taken us. Few small slides on the end. We have an energy center, and there are around 10 employees here, and Petra is along, and they are running around 10 projects, and they're focus on engaging the people and how to get acceptance and so on. And here you can see 3 or 4 up-running projects, and they are doing excellent work. And I'm not that concerned about acceptance, because we are islanders. We know we have to solve the problems ourselves. We are very environmentally engaged as islanders, so I believe we will fix that. Today, or just this few months ago, we started the first solar grid park, 1.7 megawatt hours, And the most interesting with this one is this is due to there's a community-owned sharing this system. So it's 150 partners that have invested by themselves, and that has been put up there despite the tax rules are really unfavorable for this right now. If you had done this on the rooftop of your own barn instead, it has been much better. But they are really strong force, and they're successful. And the same as you can see in the bottom, they are planning around 200 megawatts big solar parks in Gotland when the new cables coming 2030. So we have a big plans for solar. And the last phase, just to make you a little bit happy on Åland. We are ahead of everyone else, I would say. We're leading in the electric aviation side in Sweden. And we have done a feasibility study, and now we have a 3-year running project. And why will this be successful on Gotland? Yeah, that's because Visby to Stockholm is the most suitable air traffic line, and that's at the same time the most profitable line, because we have no trains, and we will never have trains. So the fast transportation is always by airplane for us. So in the first generation, first phase, you have 200 kilometers range. That means half the circle, and we can do Arlanda, Bromma, and so on. But in the second generation, you can have 400 kilometers range, and that means what you see here. And the thing with the electric aviation is that it's the most costful, it's most environmental friendly, and there's less sound than everything else. So this is the future. It's up running in 3 or 4 years. Will be perfect for you as well. So don't let down your airports as we are speaking in Sweden right now. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what the distance is, let's say, between Turku and Mariehamn, or Arlanda and Mariehamn, but I think we are in the same area more or less. So we could also be in the first phase.
Yep.
I think there is also discussion between Umeå and Vasa in the same regional perspective to have this as a possibility. So, do we have some questions now for Bornholm or Gotland before we take the coffee break? Any ideas here? We will.
Thank you so much for those nice presentations showing the importance of the different islands in the Baltic Sea regions. I have a question towards the presentation from Bornholm. Somehow you did not mention hydrogen at all, which kind of surprised me, because we then saw on the next presentation that this big link through the Baltic Sea has to pass by Bornholm. And you were talking about only 3 gigawatts of power, but with the hydrogen you can transmit a lot more. So my question would be, you kind of phrased it as it landed upon us. The reason you didn't mention it's because maybe you or the island doesn't favor that, or how? I mean, me being from Germany, knowing all of these plans, we need the hydrogen, right? And we need you as an energy island to transport it to us. We need Gotland as well to produce that. Someone said, you shall do the methanol for us, but we need the islands to export the hydrogen towards the energy-hungry industry in Germany. And somehow this was not in your presentation so much. Maybe you can just say a few words why not, or we can talk about it in the coffee break.
You can send the microphone to Jens Christian. So.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's not because we're not interested in hydrogen, not at all. We actually have a big interest in the Baltic Sea hydrogen collector. I think the reason I didn't mention it is because first of all, the technology is not mature yet, so it's quite difficult to discuss with our politicians. And there's a what should we call it, a reluctance amongst some of our politicians against the whole Energy Island project, and especially Power-to-X production. But it's within our power to growth strategy to work with Power-to-X. So it's definitely something we would like to do, and we have various analysis pointing out that it's in a cost-benefit way. It's maybe even better to make it into hydrogen before exporting it to Germany, and maybe up until 2.4 gigawatts, I think, to make that into hydrogen. And as I said, it would be possible to make overplanting with 800 megawatts, and that would presumably go to either data centers or hydrogen production. But it's definitely an issue, but it's a bit delicate right now. But yeah, and we know that Germany is also interested. We visited Mecklenburg-Vorpommern last fall, and the message there was that the import need regarding hydrogen is above 50%, maybe up to 70% in Germany. So I know that you need it.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
one short comment. If this should be the future, and this is just part of the Baltic Sea, as you see, then we need a backbone in a supergrid, and we need a backbone on hydrogen, both of it. But it's so up, what we call front-loaded in Sweden. It's so heavy to pay for upload, and the feature will be far afterwards. So that's a major problem.
Thank you. I think we deserve a cup of coffee or a glass of juice, or something. And then we continue still with some things regarding how we deal with the energy issues and CO2 issues in the ports in the Baltic Sea area. But now a short coffee break. relevant topic also, especially from the Baltic Sea perspective, but also from the Åland perspective. How do we do with CO2 emissions in the harbor areas? And our project manager, Matthias Eriksson, is starting up, and then two of his colleagues will complement him in the sense. So while people are entering, please, Matthias, start and share what you have found out.
Yes, thank you, Uffe. Do you hear me? Yeah. Very good. Yes, so this is a different topic, but even though the same issue is at hand, is the energy transition is mostly part of this our CO2 reduction project that we are running. So yes, some background from our sponsors. This is our beautiful roll-up. This is a project now going on almost exactly 2.5 years. The total time, as you see, ends in May next year. So we have roughly 6-7 months left of the project. So this is the interesting time when we're starting to see the results and try to prove that what we have done have actually worked. And we'll see how that goes, but it's a interesting project. It's an Interreg Central Baltic program, and we are 7 partners in this project. We are not the lead partner. Our colleagues in Satakunta from Pori and Rauma and the mainland Finland is the lead part. And then we have a bunch of both governmental and educational and private partners involved in the project. As you can see from Finland, Sweden, Latvia and Estonia. And all with different perspectives and different takes on things. And we have a budget of roughly 3.5 million euros. This is meant to cover expenses, for salaries and for digital development in the ports. And why this project is relevant and why it even started is because of this picture. This is from marine traffic taken in, I think on Monday this week. As you can see, the traffic is very frantic in the Baltic Sea basin. And this, of course, includes the ports that are harboring all the ships traveling. It's said that this is one of the most busy waterways in the whole world. So a huge environmental impact comes from this, of course. And we have 7 pilot ports in this project. So as I said, the aim of the project is to decrease the emissions in ports. And this change is driven from all these regulations and directives coming from the IMO and from the European Union and different organizations. So we have a lot of pressure on the shipping industry, and this is now trickling over also to the ports. So they have been somewhat flying under the radar for a bit, but now they are trying to look at what is happening in the ports, what can we do to lower emissions in the port areas. As you can see, we have a goal of 10% reduction. This might be a matter of calculation how we reach this, but we have noticed that some parts we can affect and some parts it's harder, of course. But these are our pilot ports. They're lined up quite nicely like this, and there were 2 outliers on the right side. But it's Rauma and Pori in Finland. We have Mariehamn, our small, not small, but our passenger port that many of you have visited maybe. We have Norrköping, Oxelösund in Sweden, and we have Tallinn and Riga in the Baltic countries. This central Baltic area consists of roughly this area. So I think Lithuania is not part of the Central Baltic program. If I'm not, I might be mistaken, but who knows. So these are the ports. They are quite different in operations and size, of course. If we take our pilot port, the port of Mariehamn is a quite busy passenger port. Over 3,000 ship calls annually. So it's very heavy traffic, not so many people getting off the ships. As many are cruising, they're stopping by for this tax exemption reasons. And other ports that we have in Finland, we have this huge cargo ports. Port of Tallinn is they have everything, you know. they are a noted company on Nasdaq, so they are a really big player in this. And we also touched on this today. They have the traffic to Saaremaa, and this inland traffic in the Baltics also are run by the Port of Tallinn. They have passengers, they have cargo, they have real estate, you name it. So it's quite interesting to see all the ports. They are different in size, different in operations, but they also share the same not problems, but challenges, maybe, is how to say. So the aims are, as I said, we will develop an open source tool that will calculate emissions in real time, hopefully, and also report them in compliance to the CSRD regulations. And so this is like a package deal. You can press a button and get the last year's emissions presented in CSRD compliance, how it's set up, you know, so to say. And we will also provide guidance for ports, taking in different good practices from worldwide or between ports. And we also will invest in solar panels. We have been discussing this a lot today. When this project plan was written, maybe 4 years ago, solar panels was maybe not so common. But now, surprisingly, not many ports had solar panels invested in their facilities. So that's quite interesting. And this is a beautiful spring day in Mariehamn for this May in Sjöfartens dag, the Maritime Day. It's a big shipping event. And but we have noticed the collaboration between project partners is one of the big benefits to working towards common goals and aims. So we are meeting regularly online and face to face, and we have also been visiting all the ports, pilot ports in the area, to get an understanding of the needs and the problems. And this is where we understood that they have the same challenges all over. And also we have different, as we come from educational, from governmental institutions, we have different experience and knowledge to share among each other. So it's this has been one of the most rewarding things in the project, just to create things together and learn from each other. So it's a good thing. So a little bit more about this digital tool. My colleague Mario will tell you more about this a little bit later on, but it's called Emission Monitor, and we have purchased this or procured it from a Finnish company with a good experience in maritime industry, especially in ports. And we are now so far gone that we have been testing this minimal viable product since this summer in early June, and the pilot ports have been fiddling around, trying the functionalities and testing the tool as a whole. So it's been a very good learning experiment for both us and the ports and the supplier. And we will still be developing it until the project ends. Maybe not in May, it will be in April, and all the things will be in the bag, so to say. And this is how it looks. This is from some presentation pictures we have, but you can follow the emission scope-wise, and you can also play around in the tool to see. You can on a daily basis see the emissions coming, and also maybe identify where the peaks are and where you can do the most impact. And also, this is one of the feature of the tool that will be quite interesting, called decision making. We have different scenarios that we have built up and worked out in cooperation with the ports. We have you can use what happens if you change all your light bulbs to LED instead of common, or if you buy a diesel or electric truck to instead of a diesel one, to see how much emissions you can save. And also in this, we will try to get in also the feasibility of all the investments. If there is too many, we know that electric truck, for instance, is 2.5 times more expensive than a regular one. So it's how long is the payback period for this, and how much can you save? We have noticed that the money saving and CO2 decreasing of emissions go hand in hand. People won't do, or the ports won't do much if there is not money to be earned in this or saved. So this part will be, I think, more evolved later on in the project also. And the guidance tool, this is like I talked about, the listing of good practices from around the world. It's like a source of inspiration. It will be like a wiki page that you can evolve, and this will be a standalone page, of course connected to the tool, but also that you can go in and see what are they doing. We will be trying to list both good and bad examples. It's hard to get hold of the bad examples. No one wants to share things that went sideways, but sometimes we find it, so it's good. Yeah, and this is our investment. I would like to tell you a little bit about the Port of Mariehamn's investment. We have been trying to, as you can see, each port in the project had this 15,000 euro grant for investment in solar panels. Not much, but many ports have decided to move forward with a bigger investment due to that they got this grant from the project. But this is from the Port of Mariehamn. We are making conducting a study. We have, as you see, mounted panels standing on the wall, just to try to see how the year-round effect, how it impacts on a yearly production. These were installed in early spring or early winter, so they have been operational since March this year. And now they also have the same amount or similar amounts on the rooftops. So we are comparing the different on a yearly basis to see how much they are producing. And what we noticed in early spring, they reached full production quite early when the sun was low and the reflection from the water was coming on beautiful days. But in the summertime, of course, it went down a bit. So we'll see how it plays out on the whole on a yearly level. The results so far is quite interesting, very good. The first installation the Port of Mariehamn made covers roughly 5% of the annual consumption, and they are now expanding to more than double the amount of panels to raise the production to 12%. And one interesting fact is that they are comparing this now to the cooling needs of the port terminal building. So they are cooling 50-60% of the cooling needs are covered by the sun. So that's quite a nice comparison to make. And these are the inverters. We have two different, as you can see, for the different installations. And this also is the screen in the port showing the actual production in real time. This is in the waiting hall area for the passengers, so they can have a look at this. And in other ports, they are quite similar. In Pori, they are using sun-following panels, and mostly they are going for the rooftop panels. In the big ports, they have a lot of area on the roofs of the storage buildings, and different. And in Tallinn, they had, of course, a lot of solar panels already. So there are plans to invest in battery storage instead, connected to the batteries, to the panels. So that's a good way to utilize the existing panels for them. So what have we learned? Not much. We have learned a lot, but I don't know how helpful it is. But it's the ports across Europe, all of Europe, are facing huge, investments and challenges due to these new regulations. They have to provide fueling infrastructure, shore power, And all these on the safety resilience, of course, now in these days when the world climate is a bit off. So there's a lot of costs involved in this. A good-sized onshore power supply is roughly 6 to 8 million euros just to get in place. So it's you need to have a lot of, and this is the onshore power is also the one connected to the big emissions in the ports. The ships that are idling in the ports are the biggest pollutants in this that we have noticed in the project. So if all the ports provide solar power to half of the ships coming in, then we can decrease the emissions by 50%. So in Mariehamn, the ship calls stand for 99% of the emissions. So it's quite difficult for us to get this 10% reduction when the project is finished. And also the ports will act as energy hubs. They will have charging infrastructure for both ships and land-based vehicles, I hope. And the willingness to change is larger than we expected. The shipping industry is often considered as a quite conservative business, but in these areas they see the business opportunity in the green transition. So it's been interesting to work with the ports. Not all the ports have the same enthusiasm, of course, but they are all hanging around and they're learning more, and also they're learning from each other. That's also a good thing. Yeah, so that's shortly what I wanted to present, and I will leave the floor to my colleague Katrin.
Is it Maju that continues first, or is it Katrin? We had actually Maju in the program, but is there any difference? Who is?
I don't know. Maybe we can ask if they are online. Who wants to go first?
I think it's more. Sorry, I will put my camera on. I think it's more logical for me to go first, and then Katrin can continue the practicalities in Sweden.
Okay, sounds good.
If it's
okay, so then we hand over to Maju Keski from Fintraffic. Kaski. Oh, I've written wrong in the program. Sorry. Excuse me, Maju.
No problem.
I renamed you a little, but
I just left from Åland.
Okay, so please continue. Matthias gave the baseline, and now we're interested to see your views on this and where we are heading.
And you should have my presentation over here.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And hello, I'm Maju Kaski from Fintraffic, and I'm a head of maritime services. And if you can put the next one. A few words about the Fintraffic. We work as a traffic management company in Finland, so we are managing all the railways, air navigation, roads, and also the vessels. And I'm presenting the company, the VTS part of our company, where we have approximately 100 professionals over there. Next, please. Here are some key activities, what we do. The main business for us, of course, is the operational work with the vessel traffic is, and behind you see the picture from one of our centers. But also we have a huge role also in the digitalization in the maritime logistics and the ports. We are providing the maritime single window. And then we do the e-navigation services that will help also when it comes to the emission and the data sharing in the future. And then we also do other digital services for the ships, for example, ice navigation services. Next one. Just a little reminder for everyone why for us the digitalization and data sharing is crucial, is that we have one of the biggest VTSs in the world with over 200 sensors around around the Finnish coast and in the inland. And that's why we are very keen to share the information between the ports, between the stakeholders, to make it more safe and also more efficient. And next. I promise for Matthias, I will build this one up a little bit for different perspective, and how the digitalization is helping when it comes to the emissions. Matthias showed very good overview what we are doing, and also the challenges that the ports are having at the moment when they need to have the shore power and solar panels and the fuels and everything needs to be greener. And what we are doing in FinTraffic, we are trying to share the data from the whole maritime chains, not just the one piece we are taking in count for from cargo owner to the receiver. And here are some things how we are trying to do that. And I was in Riga, and I was talking there a lot about that ports can have beautiful solar panels or shore power, but they actually can't see or prove how green they are if they don't have anything to prove that this is actually how much CO2 we are having. And that is one thing what we are working on, for example, in the sustainable flow. And next one. I wanted to highlight a few things before I go to the sustainable flow, how we are helping ships, for example, and the ports, especially the ports, to get the better picture. In the future, there is the service called route exchange service will be mandatory for all the ships. So in that moment, all the ports will have the updated ETA for their ports. So that will help the ports to optimize their work in the port operators. Everyone is able to optimize more efficiently and more reliably. Next one. And here is the beautiful picture of different services. But for when it comes to the optimizing, the most important one will be the route exchange service, and also there are some warnings and traffic clearances that will help the ports for making their port more efficient and at the same time more green. Next one. The other way, what we are doing with becoming the more sustainable is trying to share the data, like I said, and that's why we are doing the just-in-time project to optimize all the traffic in the Baltic Sea and North Europe area. You can go in the next one. And this is what we are working on, and we have a huge ecosystem that working on this one, which helps the ports. And especially why I wanted to bring this one, this is not just for just in time. What we are also doing here is actually sharing the emission reports through this platform. So it's not just for optimizing, it's for everything. There is a bank details going, there is a cargo information, and also the emissions ones. And this has been tested already in Finland on the land side, and it's working. And the one who tested it was the SSAB, and they are really happy with the results, and they are going to use it in the real production. So helping the cargo owners get the whole picture of the emissions. And also this one will help also the ports to get the parts that they need for their reporting. Next one, please. And then we come to the highlight of the presentation, and coming more detailed, the sustainable flow. As Matthias said, we have many things going on, but the one is a emission monitoring tool, and you can put the next one. And like I said to you before, if you don't know where you get your CO2 emissions, you don't know how to decrease them and what would be the easy ways to do that. And for last 9 months, we have been developing this tool with the pilot ports. And last Friday, it was finally we had the full release, and now we do the further development and also fixing some bugs if we find them, but I'm sure we will. Nothing is perfect by the first round, and I have to give a big thanks in this part for Sweden and Mariehamn. They have been the ports of Oxelösund, Norrköping, and Mariehamn, because they have been very active developing this and giving their input on what and how the tool should be work and what information is important for them. Without them, the tool wouldn't be this good as it is at the moment. Next one, please. Matthias kind of took big points from my presentation, but there was the why we're doing it, why the port should do that is the real-time CO2 emission measurements. Also visualize where the emissions are coming. The cybersecurity is everywhere at the moment. You can't have a system without the cybersecurity mentioned somewhere. And also what will help the ports and also the operators in the port is that they can actually see their emissions and also input their own data, the operator data in the system, so the port don't have to do that. They don't want. So that's also really in a very practical way for the ports. And as I mentioned, this is also meant for CSRD reporting and helping it's not the whole CSRD reporting, but a little part of it. It makes it, even a little bit easier. And when the project is done, we will have the code open sourced. So anyone who wants to develop it or add it to their system, it's free for them to use. Next one, please. And the next one. For us, we are hoping, and I have been very happy to see doing the project and also working in FinTraffic and with the Baltic Sea area, that with the collaboration, and as Masaja said, we have learned a lot, and we still learn a lot, and we may have made very good connections during the project. And by working together, we will, enhance the efficiency, safety, and sustainability through digital innovations, and of course practical. But for us, we try to put our pile in there and do it with digitalization. I think next one is the thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me here, and have a great day for everyone.
Thank you, Mayu. It was a pleasure to follow your ideas and also to put it in a larger framework on what you're doing and how this is connected also to this individual project. And last but not least, in this sense, we have a representative from the Swedish Confederation of Transport Enterprises, Katrin Merino, will share your views on how this sustainable flow makes a difference and makes sense to you and what you can gain from it. Please, Katrin.
Thank you, Uffe. Yeah, I will keep this quite briefly because both my dear colleagues Mayo and Matthias have told you a lot about the tool already. So I will focus on our two pilot ports in Sweden, Norrköping and Oxelösund. But I can briefly just say that the project brings together international partners, which we know, and we have used the pilot ports as test beds where practical solutions such as renewable energy, electrification, and digital decision making are being developed. And this is something that is really great to test out before this tool is being brought to other ports after the project is finished. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why did our organization join? This was a joint decision by the board because we saw potential with this use for all of our members. We represent around 60 members, which is both port authorities and port operators. And the co-financing was also a big part of it. Next slide, please. When we discussed this internally, we saw and we still believe that this project creates real value, especially the simplification of the follow-up and reporting in line with the CSRD directive. It will also give the users a clearer overview of their emission, and it will support them in smarter investment decisions and also strengthen the collaboration across ports by providing a tool that is built by and for port operations. Next slide, please. To the current date, we are at the finishing state of the project, which Mayo mentioned. Right now, we are testing the tool, and hopefully by the end of this year, we will go live. And by April, you can either use the tool by using the free code, of course, or you can buy it by a license. And right now, we are looking forward to measuring the impact, especially about the solar panels, which we have installed in most of the pilot ports who are a part of the project. Next slide, please. If we're looking into one of our pilot ports, the Port of Norrköping, they have implemented so far 9 out of 10 cranes who are now electrified. All of their forklifts are electric. They have their entire fleet have converted from diesel to HVO 100. And LED and the HVO 100 reduce emissions a lot. And they have also figured out a lot of technical tweaks to cut further fuel use. Next slide, please. In Norrköping, the implementation of the renewable energy, as mentioned, has been made. And they're also looking into they're looking into the possibility of shore power, OPS solutions, but that is something that is completely reliant on the grid capacity, of course. In parallel to that, the port is also exploring energy storage and other ways to harness reactive power from cranes, as well as further electrification of its vehicle fleet. And I would say that these initiatives altogether aim to strengthen both the efficiency and their sustainability in daily operations. Next slide, please. These are just the key figures, and they highlight the scale of the operations and the saving potentials in the port. And as we can see here, the proposed savings are about 550 megawatt per year. Next slide, please. If we look at Port of Oxelösund, the implemented measures they have done, right now 83% of the machines already run on HVO 100. They have made an 8% energy reduction through insulation, ventilation, and LED lighting. Their main cranes are already electrified, and they're saving up to 20 tons of CO2 per vessel trip by using the virtual arrival. Next slide, please. If we're looking at the planned and potential, during this year, they installed the solar powers as well. They're also starting the upgrade of their new Ro-Ro quay. And in addition, they're also planning upgrades in older buildings to improve the heating and utility systems, as well as measuring environmental systems such as improved sludge handling. Overall, they're looking at everything they can to reduce the energy use, cut emissions, and modernize their port infrastructure. Next slide, please. Key features, once again, as I mentioned, 83% of their machines are already on HVO 100. We have seen an 8% decrease in the energy efficiency upgrades they've done, and 20 tons of CO2 reductions per vessel journey with the virtual arrival. So if we look at the next slide, we can talk a little bit about why this is important for both Swedish port and transport companies. And when we joined this project, the members of our organization are working together in a way where we can share the costs. We can also reduce the risks. And what we can achieve together is a greater environmental impact than we could do even individually. The collaboration, as we see it, also strengthens the port's competitiveness. It supports the compliance with the EU climate frameworks and demonstrate that even competitors, which ports actually most of the time are, can unite around the common goal of the green transition. And I think the next one is the final slide. Yes. So after April, this will be presented to all of our members because it is an opportunity to use the tool via either a license from Awake, or they can build it themselves. And we will, during this year and the beginning of next year, complete the development of the tool. And most of all, I think it's important that all of my members know how it works and how to register interest and bear the fruits of this investment that were made together. And hopefully we can find new and exciting projects to make a greener port environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Do we have any immediate questions for Catherine or Matthias? Yes, Raun up there. I will bring you the microphone.
Thank you. I think little of other problem is with the transport of foreign art and washing transport tanks for poisonous wastes. Can man take this also in these projects or in ports?
Okay. I don't know whether we have Catherine online, but Matthias is here at least. Catherine, can you still hear us?
I could not hear the question, so maybe Matthias, if you take that one.
Matthias starts to respond, and you can continue if you have additional. Okay.
Okay, that's why maybe Catherine didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
Sorry. The microphone was off. That's a good question. It was about the chemical waste from cleaning the tankers. Do you know anything about it in your ports? Norrköping has this liquid terminal, yeah.
Yeah. And what was the question?
If they have done anything to reduce the impact of from the cleaning.
I can't answer that. I'm not really sure. I think that when we last discussed this, it was about talking to our municipalities about how much they can take on because they don't necessarily have to. But I don't know enough to answer that correctly from my port's perspective, no.
No, and in Mariehamn, the only waste they handle is the sludge from the cruise ships. And that's also a problem here in Mariehamn because our what is called the sewage plant doesn't have the capacity to take on these big amounts. Yeah, but I think there are plans to expand some for buffering zones for it.
Okay. Thank you. And Johannes wanted to continue.
Yep. It's first of all, thank all of you for those nice presentations and this really cool project. It maybe explains why my Interreg projects on green ports didn't come through because you were just there 2 years earlier. And so I've thought about all of this for a while as well. We had more partners from the South Baltic region, so we had Polish partners and partners from Lithuania, but very similar, basically the same ideas actually. So I have a few questions. One, let me start with a remark regarding the waste from the cruise ships. There is discussions going on about the medical residues that you have in the sewage and that there's some chemicals, so you might not be allowed for much longer to just put it into a sewage water plant, right? Because there is some medicals and some chemicals inside. So we were thinking about waste incinerations in harbors as well to make sure that you really get rid of everything. And from our side, then using the CO2 again together with green hydrogen to make renewable fuel, methanol. And so my question is, within your project, have you thought about the harbors not only being a energy hub, but also a fuel producer in the future? Because I mean, with solar panels, the first step, right, to reduce your own energy consumption. The next steps is to have more solar, more solar, more solar, even maybe your own wind power plant, and then you could produce fuel for ships or charge electrical vessels. Is that within the scope, or is it in the discussions in the projects?
I can start. Our ports are maybe not of that size that they have the possibility, but this has been discussed also for as the ports can act as energy hubs. And with the new regulations coming, they need to be able to provide all these fuels. Yeah, so why not produce them on site? So, but it's I think it's a long. It might be coming, but it might be a long way, or some time in the future.
Okay, I think we have a comment also from Mayu.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on that. Not the ones that we have in the project don't have a immediate plans, but I do know that in Finland many ports are planning that, and they are calculating and having tried to have the EU funding for that one. And Katrin probably will tell how it is in Sweden.
Yes, I would say that the ports, and now I'm speaking for all the ports as a representative for the industry, and I would say the will is there, but this is very reliant on whether we have the investments or not. If we can get funding, yes, for sure, because the ports will always deliver what is needed, but that also means that we have to have a buyer. So if you have long-term contracts, that's beneficial because then you can make that kind of investments, but we're not talking about small investments here. These are major investments. So we need to make sure that they are, and that the ROI is, that it's functioning really. So that the will is there, but it's a question about money, really.
Okay, thank you. I think we are heading towards the summing up session, and I actually think that I will ask some of our experts that traveled here and have been here with us all day to give a short summary of your reflections, and I'm happy to give the microphone to Robert first. And have you learned anything today? Has there been anything of interest for you, being already an expert in the field?
For sure. I mean, it's always interesting to listen to all these kind of presentations to get different views. And it's also quite clear that everyone is sort of aiming for the same goal. So we are aiming for this transition, but the conditions are very different depending on where you are in the world or in Europe. So as I have seen it, if you have a strong connection from the island to the mainland, you're more focusing on the energy, so you should sort of cover your energy consumption. But if you have no connection, you also need to look into power. So you also have to have sufficient power during the year and not only energy. So that's one reflection as I've seen. But also that it depends if you have sort of or if you are able to build wind farms and solar panels, what is the public opinion? That is also important. And then on top of that, you have politicians and you have the defense as well. So there are a lot of wills and a lot of obstacles, even though that we're aiming for the same goal. But yeah, that has been interesting. But also to see the transition for the ports. I mean, I've not been working on that, but I see that it's also one important part of this to sort of go electric in ports. So that's also interesting to listen to.
Thank you very much. I bring the microphone to Johannes traveling here from Stralsund. Your lessons learned?
Thank you so much. Yeah, lessons learned. I think it's rather the big message here that we all struggle with similar problems, right? It is the acceptance, and it is that the energy transition does not come for free. It has certain problems on grid stability, is what we heard, on island supply is what we heard there, right? Not every island has a mainland connection. So how can we do that? How can we store the energy? And I think the islands are perfect examples. And that's what I liked about today's presentations and today's sessions, that those islands are perfect examples for how the energy transition will work out in the end. We have to start in a small island and then we can make it bigger, because if we think about the European grid, it's an island as well. And if we make this island really big, we're sitting on an island floating around the sun. So we have to solve these problems for our big island as well.
Can you hand over to Helma and this?
Yes. Yeah, what I find very interesting is that even though we are all working towards the same goal, there are many differences in what the challenges are exactly. And these, of course, depend on are you grid connected or are you not grid connected, but also different aspects of what is available in each location. What are the options? So when we look at the transition overall, we need to account for the local, the community, but also for what resources are available and what is the technical setup today, and yeah.
Thank you. And now, surprise, Anders, you take the microphone. Anders is our senior lecturer in more in the finance part and the hospitality, but also have a great interest in the energy sector and also in the Unicoast Corporation, and also head of our research activities. What did you gain from today?
As a former chairman of the European Investment Bank, I'm starting to think in those terms, and that is the thing that really struck me is that we need subsidies. We need subsidies to pull this through, because the private sector is there, and I had the joy to sit with Janne from Solenergy today, and they're doing a great job. But even there they needed subsidies in the neighborhood of 12%, he said, but something like that. So money makes the world go round, and I think for the politicians, there must be a willingness to continue this struggle to go towards the green transformation.
Yeah.
And for the islands, yeah, then I get back to the same thing again. Money. We need to push our friends in the political field to get the money for the green transition.
But I also think we have heard and seen a lot of examples from the island activities that actually can be good examples for the other, not only the Gotland or Bornholm or Samsø in the thing. I think there are, I at least as a citizen feel that this gives some confidence, even though we are not even close to the goal yet. So with these feelings from all of you and from us, I'm happy to conclude this day and say thank you for coming, thank you for joining, both here and those of you. I've seen an average of between 30 and 40 people being online the full day, more or less. I don't know exactly where you are situated, if you are in the archipelago or if you are at the Azores. That I don't know, but that doesn't matter. We had almost 100 people that visited this unit today. Some could be more in the morning, some in the afternoon, etc. So for a small university like ours, I think this was a success. I think it was good to also for the first time do the Unicoast coat on our shoulders. Happy to have Helma and Johannes here from that, and also having Pau and Alessandra and and Alexis and others in the thing. I also thank Matthias and Mayu and Katrin for bringing in this port concept, and I think we have all the reasons to continue with this kind of cooperation. This was only a kick-off in this, let's say, more international sphere. I also thank our streaming company and Audio Trade. You did a marvelous job with us today, and thank you, Michaela, for keeping track of us. We close here and have a nice evening and safe travel home. Thank you.